Section 69 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. Learning and Literature Till the Death of Bede, Part 2, by Montague, Rhodes, James. An obscure but interesting figure at this period is the abbot Saint Valerius, 695, from whom we have some amusing autobiographical writings. Whether by his own fault or, as he would have us believe, by that of his neighbors, Valerius was condemned to a very turbulent existence. He was continually being hounded out of some retreat in which he had settled, deceived by his favorite pupils, robbed of his books, and generally victimized. There is a personal note in his narratives which engages the attention. They also supply us with evidence of the existence of at least one rare book in the writer's milieu. In one of several visions of the next world which he records is an image which cannot but be derived from a certain apocalypse of Baruch, now extant only in Greek and Old Slavonic. The seer, a youth named Baldarius, is permitted to watch the rising of the sun from close by. The orb comes up very swiftly and immensely bright, and it is preceded by a huge bird, red in color, but darker towards the tail, whose function is to mitigate the intense heat of the sun by flapping its wings. The bird is the phoenix, as we learn from Baruch, and so far as is known at present, this particular fable is peculiar to Baruch. It is fair to infer the survival of this rare apocalypse in Spain in the 7th century, whether or not under Priscillianist influence, non-liquet. The chain of Spanish writers has now been traced down to the end of the 7th century, and we have seen evidence of the preservation of considerable collections of ancient literature, both pagan and Christian, in the peninsula. Much of this must have had a continuous existence in the country, but much also must have been imported from Africa under the stress of invasion. That same stress now fell upon Spain. The Moorish invasion, culminating in the great defeat of the Christian arms in 711, put an end to literary enterprise for the time. Spain dropped out of the race, but she had made one great contribution to the equipment of European scholarship in the Etymologia of Isidore. What is the record of the region which we now call France during the corresponding period? The educational apparatus with which he was provided at the beginning of it was as complete as any country could shew. The works of an Alcimus Avitus and of a Sidonius Apollinaris, however exiguous their intrinsic value, are the last links in an unbroken chain reaching back to the rise of the great schools of Gaul. After them comes the break. The 6th century produced two writers of note who mark it in different ways. Venantius Fortunatus, born in Italy, it is true, but for the best part of his life a resident at Poitiers, is known to the generality as the author of two hymns, the Pangi Lingua on the Cross, the Vexilla Regis used on Passion Sunday. We have from him, however, a very large mass of poetry besides these. His Life of St. Martin of Tours, in 4 books of heroic verse, is for the most part merely a paraphrase of the prose life and dialogues of Sulpicius Severus, but his 11 books of miscellaneous pieces are full of originality and human interest. They form a chronicle of his friendly relations with the widowed queen of Clotaire I, Saint Radegund, and others of that house, as well as with Gregory of Tours and many prominent churchmen of France. A considerable number of the poems were sent as letters, thanks to presents and the like. Others are panegyrics, others descriptions of pleasant places, yet others are inscriptions designed for churches, such as commonly form a large ingredient in collections of Christian Latin verse. The best, however, and those from which we gain the most kindly impression of the personality of Fortunatus, are those which were called forth by the deaths of the friends and kindred of Radegund. These are uniformly entitled epitaphs, but their length forbids us to suppose that they have been inscribed on tombs. They may have been recited, but their real purpose is that of the consolaciones of an earlier time. They were meant to be circulated in writing among those whom the death had touched most nearly. They, with his hymns, constitute the best claim of Fortunatus to be remembered as a writer. Yet his skill in handling light verse should not pass unmentioned. His abuse of the rivigeres, Egericio 1:21, and of the cook who appropriated his boat at Metz 6:8, are quite worth reading. Upon the whole, the notable thing about Fortunatus is his avoidance of what was becoming a pseudo-classical vein. The form of his poems is old. The elegiac meter predominates, and rococo ornaments in the shape of allusions to mythology are not wanting. But we are impressed by the absence of artificiality, and by the presence of a freshness and simplicity which we miss in Sidonius and Avitus. The poems prepare us for a new epic, while they have not lost touch with the old. Of Gregory of Tours, 594, the other famous writer of this century and country, it may be said with more truth that he had lost touch with the old. That is, at any rate, his own opinion. A well-known passage in the prologue to his History of the Franks represents his contemporaries as saying, "Alas for our days, for the study of letters is gone from among us." He is, moreover, given to apologizing on his own account for his rustic and incorrect style. This, to be sure, is a common pose, and it has been held that in Gregory's case it is but a pose, and that the copyists of his works are responsible for many of the monstra we encounter in them. Yet can this be so? Does not the particularity with which he specifies mistakes, Paul's concords, misuse of prepositions, and of cases, go to shew that he at least was in earnest? Certainly, his self-accusations are borne out by every page of his writings. He had read some good authors, in particular Virgil. He knew some books which no longer exist. In a little tract which deals mainly with astronomy, he shews considerable acquaintance with that science, and quotes a lost chronicler, Julius Titanius. He had, too, a collection of Latin lyric poetry, which he lent to his friend Fortunatus, and it is possible, though not very relevant to our present purpose, that he knew some Syriac. A Syrian, there were not a few of them resident in France, and one became Bishop of Paris, helped him to translate the legend of the 7 sleepers from Syriac into Latin. This, however, is little more than a curiosity. Gregory certainly made no use of Syriac literature. His lament is undoubtedly justified. Perit studium literatum a nobis. The gulf between him and Fortunatus in respect to command of correct Latin is immense. To dwell upon the value of the Historia Francorum would be quite out of place here, where we are thinking of Gregory as a link in the transmission of ancient knowledge. It is more relevant to suggest in passing a comparison between this and the next national history that was written, that of Bede, for the slight works of Isidore hardly comes into consideration. In Gregory we see letters on a level confessedly low. In Bede a height has been reached which is rivaled only in these centuries by the best work of the Carolingian Renaissance. The popularity of Gregory's history in medieval times was far inferior to that of his hagiological writings, which furnished much material to the compilers of breviaries and to such writers as Jacobus de Varenne. Besides the 7 which he himself enumerates, dealing with St. Julian of Lermans, St. Martin of Tours, the martyrs, the confessors, and the Angerites, there is one, the miracles of St. Andrew, which may be confidently assigned to him, and which is perhaps more important than any of the others to the historian of Christian literature. It is our best source for the knowledge of a 2nd or 3rd century Greek romance, the Acts of Andrew, once eagerly read, but ultimately condemned by the Church and only transmitted to us in fragments and expurgated epitomes, such as this of Gregory. Not that Gregory read it in Greek. He had before him, no doubt, a complete Latin version, made, it is likely, for Manichaeans to read, since, in Manichaean circles, the apocryphal romances about the apostles were adopted as substitutes for the canonical Acts. Not long after Gregory's date, it may be even in his lifetime, a complete Orthodox collection of abstracts of these Acts, which others added to them, was put together, probably in France, in which the miracles of Andrew was incorporated. We know it under the misleading name of the Apostolic History of Abdias. The investigation of its origin and the determination of its text had not as yet been completely carried out. As a source of inspiration for artists and romancers, it deserves, though it does not usually obtain, a special recognition among the literary documents of its time. I shall be pardoned for passing over the feeble efforts of the continuators of Gregory's history, the so-called Verdicarius, and the rest, in favor of 2 writings which attest at once the survival of a knowledge of Greek in France and an extremely low standard of culture. The one is known as the barbarous Scaligeri, from its style and its editor. It is a chronicle of the world rendered from almost contemporary Greek original, in a fashion and in a Latin of which it is difficult to exaggerate the badness. The other is a very similar version, made by the aid of a glossary, of the phenomena of Aratus, and of a commentary thereon. It can be dated by the fact that Isidore is used in it, and that Bede uses it. Did we not possess the Greek original of this extraordinary work, many passages of it would defy interpretations. The literalness is extreme. Our 2 Phenomena appears as arati qui videntur. This we might perhaps unravel, but we should be more than ready to suspect corruption in the phrase in quo apud diadorum, which is the rendering of ev to pros Theovarov, or in this nihil Heliad coram eudoxi venditur faceri, which is the equivalent of mi ven eteron ton eudoxu phaimenon puissanta. Nevertheless, absurd as is the interpreter's achievement, his very attempt is creditable and interesting. We have no clue to the identity of the man who made it, nor to the part of France in which he lived. It has been transmitted to us in more than one copy, as well as in the revised form due to a scholar of the Carolingian period. The Barbarous of Scaliger survives in but one manuscript, which is not impossibly the autograph of the translator. There is another writer of southern France, who is the center of an unsolved problem, Virgilius Maro Grammaticus. That he must be reckoned to France seems now to be the accepted view, though the evidence at command is scanty. An obscure phrase in which he says that he will set forth Vigero Sermoni, the letters of the alphabet, is taken to contain the name which survives as Bigorre, and to point to the southwest of France. A plainer indication is his reference to the Gauls as Nostri. Importance is also rightly attached to the fact that Abbo of Saint Germain in the 10th century calls him Tolosanus. That he was a Christian and a Catholic, not an Arian, may be regarded as certain, but though he gives us a great many other details about himself, his teachers, and his contemporaries, hardly one of them can be taken seriously. Upon a first reading of his works, they are wholly devoted to grammatical subjects and consists of 2 series of epitome and epistles. The reader feels that he is confronted with a piece of pure mystification. A striking but yet fairly typical example of the extravagances we encounter is the passage in which he describes on the authority of a certain Virgil of Asia, the 12 Latinites. The first of these is the Usitata, that in which ordinary Latin writings are inked atrementator. Of the 11 others, 10, it is safe to say, have never been used either by Virgilius or anyone else. The second, called Ascena or Notaria, may possibly be intended to mean the Tironian notes. It employs a single letter for a whole word. But the Lombrosa, which expands a single word into 4 or 5, the Cincola, which condenses a whole line into 2 syllables, and the rest of the series correspond to nothing in heaven or earth. Footnote: a notion recently broached that Arabic influence is discernible in its nomenclature of meters and numerals has yet to be sifted. End of footnote. Not only is the vocabulary of Virgilius abnormal, the authors whom he cites have left no trace anywhere else. There is a Cicero and a Horace. There are 3 Virgils and 3 Lucans, and so on, but none of them are identical with those known to fame. There are 2 numerous grammarians, of whom Aeneas, Galbongus, and Terentius are among the most prominent, but what is told of them does not carry conviction to the mind. Galbongus and Terentius disputed for 14 consecutive days and nights as to whether ego had a vocative. Regulus of Cappadocia and Sedulius of Rome went without food and sleep for a similar period while they were discussing the inchoative and frequentative forms of the verb. 3 soldiers in the employ of each were in attendance, ready to arbitrate by force of arms if required. In all, some 90 writers and teachers are named or quoted. Do they correspond to anything that ever existed? Of late, a suggestion has found favor that they represent an academy which had its headquarters at Toulouse, and that the great names of Cicero, Lucan, Virgil, and so on were adopted by its members, just as Charlemagne and his friends called themselves David, Homer, Flaccus, and Naso. Perhaps, it is added, the Carolingian passion was a conscious imitation of the Tolosan. If this be the truth of the matter, it is surely very strange that while we do hear of Virgilius himself before the end of the 7th century, no single trace of anything of his authorities has ever been pointed out. Moreover, he claims a high antiquity and a wide range of influence for his school of thought. He traces his writers back to the time of Romulus, nay, even to the days before the flood. Some of them lived at Troy, others in Egypt, Arabia, India. The variety, again, of books which he quotes is large. There are poems, histories, epistles, orations, as well as works on grammar. Far too many, supposing them to be real, to have disappeared without leaving some sign. In short, the complete isolation of Virgilius compared with his pretensions enforces the belief that his authorities, like his Latinites, are from first to last impositions pure and simple. Such imposition, I allude to the invention of authorities, was an expedient not unknown to the world of grammarians and scholiasts. The tract of the African Fulgentius is sent 6, De Dubiis Nomibus, contained side by side with genuine passages from Plautus and other early writers, quotations which, it is agreed, are fabrications of Fulgentius's own. A scholiast on the Ibis of Ovid helps himself over the difficulties of the poem, and they are many, by explanatory tags which he fathers from Propertius, Lucretius, Homer, Callimachus, etc., etc. The procedure in both cases is not easily distinguishable from that of Virgilius. It is curious to find that in spite of all this, he was taken seriously. Not only does All Time 709 quote him, but also Bede, a man less likely to be attracted by eccentricity, and so do almost all the Irish grammarians of the Carolingian period, a point which will demand further attention. To the later Middle Ages he was quite unknown. We have no manuscripts or quotations after the 11th century. We have not yet approached the question of the date at which he lived. Zimmer, in an elaborate investigation, published posthumously, contends for the 5th to 6th centuries. His main thesis is that Western Gaul had, both commercially and intellectually, a profound influence upon Ireland long before the age of Patrick. He seeks to shew, in particular, that the grammatical theories of Virgilius affected the language and methods of Irish writers. He finds traces of them in the Amra, or panegyric on St. Columba, 597, that obscure Irish poem by Dallan Forgall, of which we have but a series of enigmatical fragments, glossed by successive commentators. He believes that he has found actual mention of Virgilius in Irish books under the name of Verchetni Fila, and he lays stress on the undoubted fact that our manuscript authorities for the text of Virgilius show traces of transmission through Irish channels. The text, long preserved in Ireland, he would suggest passed to the continent in the train of the Irish missionaries. To our grammarian, too, he would refer the epigrams in which Ennodius, 473 to 521, ridicules a certain foolish man who is known as Virgilius. Clearly, much of this argument is inappreciable by those ignorant of Celtic languages. To the general contention, one objection has been urged, which makes its appeal to a wider circle, and which, if upheld, must do away with the greater part of Zimmer's hypothesis. It is that Virgilius makes use of the etymologies of Isidore of Seville, 636. If so, he takes his place in the 7th century after Isidore and before Aldan. An examination of the long list of passages cited by Manetius, from etymologies and supposed by him to have been borrowed thence by Virgilius, has failed to convince me that Virgilius and not Isidore is the borrower. Practically all the passages contain derivations of words. Legitera equals litera, and the like. They are thoroughly germane to the manner of Virgilius, nor is it a consideration of any weight that Isidore nowhere names Virgilius as his source, for in this respect his practice is by no means consistent. In short, though it may be shown on other grounds that Zimmer has placed Virgilius too early, I cannot think that his theory is invalidated by the appeal to Isidore, and I feel justified in provisionally adopting his date. Ireland has been named, and will for a time engage our whole attention. But before we leave France and Virgilius, a word must be said of a book which has perhaps a claim to be regarded as a product of his school. At least it reminds us of him by its language and by its solemn absurdity. The work in question is the cosmography of Ethicus Ister. I use inverted commas because it is not certain that the form Ethicus is what was intended by the author of the text, who may have meant to write ethicus, and have used that word as a synonym for philosopher. The cosmography comes to us in the shape of an abstract or series of extracts from a larger work purporting to have been made by St. Jerome, or at least by Hieronymus Presbyter. In spite of the efforts of Woodkey to uphold this attribution and to identify the places and peoples who are mentioned, it is not possible to regard Ethicus as anything but a romancer or to put him earlier than the 7th century. His wild Latin, full of hapax lachrimina, elaborate alliteration and short assonant clauses, his fables about countries, tribes, and creatures, partly borrowed from Solanus and the Alexander romances, but largely peculiar to himself, and his display of absurd learning, exemplified by the bogus Scythian alphabet with which he ends his book. All stamp him as a charlatan. He probably wrote in France. It seems that the first writer who quotes him is Frankish, one of the continuators of the chronicler, who is called Fredegarius. At the same time, it would be no surprise to learn that he had Irish connections. Indeed, definite allusions to Ireland have been pointed out in his writings and in those of Virgilius. Ethicus represents himself as having crossed from Spain to Ireland and having studied the books Erorum Volumum Volvens, which he found there, a phrase which may reasonably be taken to imply that Ireland enjoyed a reputation for culture in his time. The two passages adduced from Virgilius are both of doubtful import. One says that in the composition and elocution of the ... the verb holds the first place. The statement is true of Irish, and the word represented by dots is given in the manuscripts as Hiborum, in Iborum, respectively. The conjecture Hibernorum lies ready to hand, yet the possibility of Hibernorum or Iberorum must be considered, especially as we have seen that Virgilius elsewhere mentions the speech of his neighbors, the Basques. The other passage, in which he quotes a verse by one Burgundus Lucantius, has been thought to contain an Irish tribal name. But strong collateral evidence is needed to bring this out of the category of Virgilius's ordinary mystifications. We now approach the problem of the classical culture of Ireland. How, when, and whence did it come into being? Many generations of scholars have been contented to regard the mission of Patrick in 430 to 460 as marking the accession of Ireland to the world of learning. It has been realized, indeed, that Patrick himself was no scholar, but he has been thought of as the parent of scholars, the progenitor of the great monastic schools which sprang up all over Ireland in the 6th century. Clonard, 520, Clonmacnoise, 544, Clonfert, circa 550, Bangor, circa 560. Before Patrick, or at least before Palladius, it has been commonly believed Ireland, lying outside the sphere of Roman political influence, was also untouched by Roman culture. A readjustment of this view has become necessary. Patrick was not the apostle of Ireland in the sense that before he landed there were no Christians in the island. Apart from such results as may have attended the obscure mission of Palladius, whom Zimmer would identify with Patrick, there were pre-patrician churches and pre-patrician saints. It would indeed be strange if at a time when Christianity was highly organized and flourishing both in Britain and in Western Gaul, countries in active intercourse with Ireland, there had been no sporadic evangelization, no formation here and there of small Christian communities. As a matter of fact, there are in the undoubted writings of Patrick allusions to existent Christianity, and in particular to men who, we gather from Patrick's language, possessed a higher degree of culture than he did. There is, too, a persistent tradition, though the documents which contain it are not of the earliest, that certain saints, Albi, for instance, and Declan, were in Ireland before Patrick. Into the precise value of this tradition I cannot attempt to inquire. To do so would be to exaggerate its importance for our purpose. I should be giving the impression that missionary enterprise was the sole factor in bringing the learning of the continent into Ireland. This would be a mistake. We have seen that stress has been laid in recent years by Zimmer upon the commercial relations which undoubtedly link the island with Gaul, as well as with Britain, while yet more recently attention has been called to a definite statement by an anonymous writer, evidently of Gaul, such as has not been hitherto producible, to the effect that in the early years of the 5th century, an exodus of scholars from the continent took place under the pressure of barbarian invasion, which affected the area under consideration. The Huns, says our new authority, began that devastation of the whole empire, which was carried on by the Vandals, Goths, and Alani. And owing to their ravages, all the learned men on this side, the sea, fled. And in the countries beyond sea, namely Ireland, and wherever else they betook themselves, brought to the inhabitants of those regions an enormous advance in learning. This statement, printed from a Leyden manuscript as long ago as 1866, was, it seems, only noticed by Zimmer at the end of his life. The importance of it may be overestimated, but cannot be denied. For the first time we have definite testimony that the culture of Bordeaux, Toulouse, Antone, Lyon, in other words the best learning attainable in the West, did actually make its way in some shape into Ireland. And we have besides the reminder, which was needed, that the missionaries were not solely or primarily the channels by which it came. The words throw light upon Patrick's own challenge to the rhetorici who knew not the Lord, but more than all they supply an explanation of the undoubted presence in Ireland in the 6th century of a certain type of learning. The fact that that learning was widely and rapidly diffused over the country was due in no small degree to this, that it went hand in hand with evangelization. Had missionary effort not been there to prepare the soil, it is impossible to suppose that men would have been found so ready to study the grammar and rhetoric of Latin, or the elements of Greek. But when these were presented to them as part of the apparatus of the new faith, they were assured of a reception, and subsequently gained citizenship by their own merits. End of section 69. Section 70 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. Learning in Literature Till the Death of Bede, Part 3, by Montague, Rhodes, James. It will not be possible to call attention to every indication of higher learning in Ireland, but it will be worthwhile to devote some space to the vexed question, how far this learning included a knowledge of Greek. The question is not, it must be premised, a simple one. We must remember, on the one hand, that some of the most striking specimens of Irish Greek learning were produced on the continent, and on the other that, in and after the lifetime of Theodore and Hadrian, 668 to 690, when Greek was made accessible to the English, there is a possibility of English influence upon Ireland. In any case, it remains the most reasonable account of the knowledge of Greek on the part of Johannes Erigena, or A. Sedulius Scotus, that it was acquired in Ireland and transferred thence to the continent. In the first place, we can hardly doubt that Greco-Latin glossaries had made their way to Ireland in very early times. The occurrence of Greek words in Irish writings of the 6th century is best accounted for on this hypothesis. We meet with such Greek words in the hymn Altus Prosator of Columba, in that of St. Cernal on Patrick, and in more than one of those of the Bangor antiphonary. Their raison d'etre from the point of view of the writers of these compositions is to deck the page. They are the spangles on the cloak, no essential part of the fabric, and they do not by themselves necessarily imply a knowledge of the structure of the Greek language on the part of those who use them. They may mean little more than does the use of Greek letters for colophons. The Phoenix Grapha of a Breton monk in 952 and the like. Yet as a fact, they probably do mean more. It seems likely that with the glossaries taking the word glossary as the equivalent of a bare vocabulary, they came to Ireland a more valuable guide to the Greek language, in the shape of a manual containing conversations and narratives, fables of Aesop, dicta of the Emperor Hadrian, stories of the Trojan War, compiled as far back as the year 207. We have it under the formidable modern title of Hermancubata Pseudodonis Theana. It has been transmitted through insular channels and was in the hands of Sedulius Scotus in the 9th century, as is thought before he left Ireland for the continent. The suggestion has been made that this and other Greek writings were brought to Ireland by Byzantine monks, taking refuge from the iconoclastic persecution about the middle of the 8th century. But of such refugees there is little trace. Certain entries in martyrologies and the existence of a Greek church at Trim and Meath have been adduced in favor of the hypothesis, but no such evidence as can be called conclusive. There seems, moreover, no reason why a monk should have brought the Hermancubata with him, whereas it is just the book that is likely to have formed a part of the equipment of a 5th century rhetorician from Gaul. Instances have been brought forward of Irishmen who were clearly acquainted with Greek. We will examine them briefly. Pelagius is the foremost, both in date and in eminence. He came to Italy about the year 400, and it is on record that in 415 he took part in a controversy at Jerusalem, which was carried on in Greek. It will be allowed that, even granting that Pelagius was Irish and not British by extraction, he had every opportunity of acquiring Greek after he left Ireland. We find next that the commentary of Theodore of Motsuetia upon the Psalms was preserved and transcribed in a revised and shortened Latin form at Bobbio. The actual work of translation and revision has been ascribed to St. Columban. That point is doubtful, but the commentary was certainly studied by Irish writers on the continent, and it is possible that the translation was actually made upon Irish soil. It had a wide influence. The researches of Dr. Robert M. L. Ramsay and Dr. J. Douglas Bruce have demonstrated the use of it by English glossators of the Psalter, perhaps by Bede himself, down to the 11th century. In a gospel book of the 8th century at Würzburg is a note to the effect that Musan Mac Armin, abbot of Bangor, who died in 610, learned by heart a Paschal Computus, drawn up by a Greek sage, probably Theophilus of Antioch. Coupled with the presence of Greek words in the antiphonary of Bangor, this statement has a certain force, and it should be noticed that the date of Boscawen excludes the possibility of Theodorian influence from Canterbury and England. What is not excluded is the possibility that the Computus lay before him in a Latin version. The Schaffhausen manuscript of Admont's Life of Columbo, written at Iona before 714, has in it the Lord's Prayer in Greek and in Greek letters. This is an example of importance, though, like those that follow, it is post-Theodoran in date and is accordingly liable to a certain discount. Sedulius Scotus had in his possession in the 9th century a collection of apothegms called Proverbia Graecorum. We have them only in Latin, preserved in the Colonia of Sedulus in a manuscript at Kews, quoted copiously in an English source, the tracts of the famous Yorker Anonymous, and alluded to in a letter of one Cathwolf to Charlemagne. Footnote: the title occurs crossed out in an early catalogue at the Library of Lincoln Minster. End of footnote. Their Latinity is Celtic, and they may safely be regarded as a Greek collection rendered into Latin on the soil of Ireland. To Ireland also we probably owe the excerpts we possess of Macrobius's important treatise on the differences and conformities of the Greek and Latin verb, a book for the understanding of which a knowledge of Greek is indispensable. One of our manuscripts attributes the selection of the excerpts to a Johannes, thought to be the great Erigena. The line of transmission has insular connections. Similarly, quotations from the late Peplus of Theophrastus, dealing with the origin of the alphabet, appear in a Leon manuscript at the school at Erigena and in a commentary on Martianus Capella, derived from that same school, that these imply the use of a Greek source, not necessarily of a complete text of the Peplus, cannot be doubted. In addition to this evidence, it will be useful, I think, to consider a class of examples as yet not utilized in the investigation of this question. They consist of traits in Irish literature, principally Latin, which are drawn according to all appearance from some of the obscure apocryphal writings which are not known to have existed in Latin. This evidence, again, is not unambiguous. Some of our sources, notably the Latin lives of Irish saints, are of late date. Yet that fact is no real bar to their testimony, for whatever they have absorbed in the way of reminiscence of old learning was acquired before the exodus of Irishmen to the continent. In the interval between that exodus and the compilation of the lives, Ireland, harried by the Northmen and deserted by its scholars, had ceased to be a learned country. These lives, as their most recent editor, Dr. Plummer, has shown, contain much that is pre-Christian and little that is characteristic of the later medieval period. This is true also of such documents in the Irish language as will be cited. First among the supposed sources I will place the Acts of Philip. The Western Church knew absolutely nothing of the sensational Greek romance, which passes under that name. According to the Latins, Philip died a peaceful death like John the Evangelist. In Ireland we find traces of a different tradition. The Passion in the Lethaby interpolates the martyrdom into a version of the Latin Acts. The Irish writing, called the Ebonu tongue, is a kind of apocalypse in which the tongue of the apostle, cut out 9 times by his persecutors, discourses to assembled multitudes. And the life of St. Bois is an incident strongly reminiscent of the Greek Acts. A wolf brings a kid to the saint, as a leopard does to the apostle. In Mutu's Life of St. Patrick, not later than 699, is another possible reminiscence. A magician is whirled up into the air and dashed on the ground. It may be a version of the fate of Simon Magus, but it does rather strikingly resemble passages in the Eastern Acts of Philip and of Peter and Andrew. Footnote: other traces of reading have been pointed out in Merciu, which may be mentioned here. An allusion to Abraham's conversion to a belief in the true God, possibly derived from Josephus, and an apparent reminiscence of a line of Valerius Flaccus, as well as clear evidence of a knowledge of Virgil. The occasional use of Greek words, e.g., entropy, may be merely glossarial learning. End of footnote. In the Life of St. Barak, there is a story of a druid killed at the window of his cell by the arrow of a hunter. Palati, in an exclusively Greek legend, meets his end in precisely the same way. The climax of the Greek book, known as the rest of the words of Baruch, is that when the Jews have resolved to stone the prophet to death, a stone pillar is made to assume his form, and their attacks are directed against it until Jeremiah has finished his last directions to his disciples. In the Irish Life of St. Brendan, a follower of the saint is attacked. A stone is made to put on his appearance, and the man escapes. In the Greek Testament of Abraham, a striking incident is that a tree utters words of praise to God and prediction of Abraham's death. In the Life of St. Comgene, a tree sings to him. In the same testament is the story of a calf slaughtered at Mamre for the entertainment of the 3 angels, being restored to life and running to its mother. This miracle figures in the several lives, e.g. that of St. Ailbe. Evidence that apocryphal literature unknown to the rest of Europe was read in Ireland is furnished by the Irish Vision of Advent, which quotes a form of the story of the death of Mary only found now in Syriac. The same vision makes use of an apocalypse, as yet not identified, which is also quoted in a Latin Rushnil manuscript of Irish connection now at Karlsruhe. The Irish tale of the two sorrows of heaven is another document based on an apocryphon, which it is safe to say belongs to Eastern Christendom. In it, Enoch and Elias prophesy to the souls of the blessed, which, as in certain Greek apocalypses, are in the form of birds, the terrors of the end of the world. Of the writings I have mentioned so far, the literature of the English Church of the 7th and 8th century betrays no knowledge. There are others now to be noticed, for example, the Book of Enoch, of which this cannot be said. A non-Irish insular manuscript of the 8th century has preserved a fragment of a Latin version of Enoch. In Ireland we find, in the Psalter na Rán, a number of names of angels which are pretty certainly derived from the same book. There too are episodes taken from the life of Adam, but whether they are to be traced to a Western or to an Eastern text has not as yet been made clear. In the Galatian list of apocryphal books, the Testament of Job is mentioned, which probably implies the existence of a Latin version. An unpleasing trait which occurs in this testament is adopted in the life of St. Montague. It would not be difficult to show it by examples from the Irish lives of saints that the legends of the infancy of our Lord were familiar in the country, but these were so widely diffused that the demonstration would add nothing to our present purpose. Let it be recorded, lastly, that the original manuscript cited above shews in one of the fragmentary homilies which it contains undoubted knowledge of the obscure Apocalypse of Thomas, and that a fragment of an Irish service book in the Vatican Library presents us with a lection from a gospel attributed to James the Less. Footnote: this is true also of the Anglo-Saxon homilist. What is practically a version of the Apocalypse is contained in the Vercelli book, and two other homilies in a Bleakling and a Hatton manuscript, respectively, made copious use of it. End of footnote. Both Apocalypse and Gospel are condemned in the Galatian decree. It has seemed worthwhile to set forth this class of evidence in some detail. Without detail, indeed, its force is inappreciable. The upshot of it is that the Eastern legendary literature was domiciled in Ireland to such an extent that it colored the imaginations and contributed to the stock and trade of hagiolists and seers. And this familiarity with a branch of Eastern literature is not negligible as a confirmation of other indications that in the 6th and 7th centuries a knowledge of Greek was far from uncommon in Ireland. Apart from Greek, which after all must be regarded as the fine flower of their learning, what did the normal culture of Irish scholars amount to? A scanty list of their Latin writers between the end of the 6th and the beginning of the 8th century, between Columba, 597, and Adamnan, 704, includes, besides penitentials, lives of saints, and hymns of no very marked excellence, several writings which are without rival in their time. The Altus Proceda, Columba's great alphabetic hymn, and the playful poem in short Adonic lines by Columban, cannot fail to impress the reader, the former in virtue of its achievement, the latter by the background of learning which it implies. The Altos has something of the learnedness and intricacy of Celtic decorative art. Columban's poem, with its allusions to Sappho and Dana, is the work of a man who merits the name of scholar. The second half of the 7th century gives us a treatise, that known as Augustine de Mirabilis Scripturi, which, alike for its Latinity and for the wide reading of its author, deserves respect. Augustine has some acquaintance with ancient history, gathered from such sources as the Eusebian Chronicle and from Josephus. He is student of Jerome, and seems to have read books on medicine and natural history. His allusions to Ireland, fewer in number than we could have wished, add a pleasant flavor to his book. Ellerin the Wise, not far from this author in date, has left a tract on the interpretation of the names of our Lord's ancestors according to the flesh, in which there is not much sound philology. End of section 70. Section 71 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. Learning and Literature Till the Death of Bede, Part 4, by Montague, Rhodes, James. At the end of the same century, we have Adamnan. His two undoubted works, the account of Arnold's pilgrimage to Palestine and the life of Columba, are intrinsically two of the most precious books of their time. The value of the tract on the holy places to the archaeologist and topographer needs no exposition. It is worth much also, as exemplifying the interest in all sorts of knowledge which characterized the Irish scholars of the day. The life of Columba, less a biography than a collection of anecdotes, preserves a picture of that saint and seer, which will never lose its charm. Evidence of Adamnan's grammatical studies and of his knowledge of Greek, or at least of Greek words, abounds in this book, but there is a third work, a set of notes on the bucolics and Georgics of Virgil, which, if it could be proved to be his, would be plain evidence of his distinction as student and as teacher. It is in the form of excerpts from three earlier commentaries, those of Philogerius, Titius, Gallus, and Gaudentius, which seem to have been written down by a class at the dictation of Athenaeus. Whether or not this Athenaeus was the abbot of High, this work is an undoubted product of Irish scholarship. It witnesses to these facts that the scientific study of grammar, as the Romans understood it, was carried on by the Irish at a time when it was dead in continental Europe, and that complete texts of ancient commentaries on Virgil had made their way into the hands of an Irishman. Exaggerated language has no doubt been used about the learning of the Irish, and about their share in the preservation of classical literature. When allowance has been made for this, it remains incontestable that, during the latter part of the 7th century, it was in Ireland that the thirst for knowledge was keenest, and the work of teaching was most actively carried on. There the Latin language, and in a less degree the Greek, was studied from the scholar's point of view. To the Irish, we must remember, Latin was no inheritance. They had not heard it commonly spoken among them. Their knowledge of it was book knowledge. They had to treat it very much as we do now, more nearly, perhaps, as it was treated in the 16th and 17th centuries, when it was the recognized medium of communication for scholars of all countries. We need not, however, insist that the great body of the classical Latin literature which we now possess was preserved to us by the exertions either of the Irish or of the English, to whom the lamp of learning passed next in order. No doubt, whatever the Irish came across in the way of ancient literature, they welcomed and treasured, but it is not to be supposed that they ever acquired in their native land a very large mass of such writings. It was when, impelled, in the first instance by missionary zeal, and later by troubled conditions at home, they passed over in large numbers to the continent, that they became instrumental in rescuing fragments of the literature which they had already learned to value. It is reserved for the paleographers of the next few decades to show how many of our Latin classics betrayed the existence of an insular stage in the line of their transmission. An important class of scribal errors is due to the fact that a copyist of the Middle Ages or of the Renaissance was using archetype in Scriptura Scotica and the insular script, in which the peculiar forms, say, of R and S misled them. Sometimes these errors affect the whole body of manuscripts of a given author, and in these cases it is obvious that we owe the preservation of the text to an insular scribe. A leading instance, as Traub has shown, is furnished by the history of Amadeus Marcellinus. We shall have occasion to revert to the work of the Irish on the continent. The time has now come for us to pass from Ireland to Great Britain. It will be worthwhile to inquire what, apart from vague modern panegyric, is to be known of the state of learning in the British Church before the coming of Theodore. The small tract of the British bishop Fastidius is the only monument assignable to the 5th century. In the 6th we have the writings ascribed to Gildas, the Epistle, undoubtedly his, the Lorica, and the penitential canons. We have, too, the Hesperica Famina. Little, if anything else, has been credited to Britons of this period. For any further information about the leading lights of the British Church, we have to depend upon traditions committed to writing at a far later time, and in particular upon the lives of the saints, which are of exactly similar complexion with those of the Irish, embodying a modicum of fact wrapped in a sparkling tissue of wonders. Fastidius may be dismissed with the word. He has no trait that can be identified as British. Gildas, as his epistle attests, was a man of education. The writers whom we may credit him with having known are indeed not recondite, but they are of good quality. Virgil, Persius, Claudius, Claudian, Jerome, Osirius, Rufinus. Such works as these then were accessible in Britain. Was there more than this? The epistle affords no evidence of the study of languages other than Latin. Greek and Hebrew words occur in the Lorica, but whether this be of Gildas's composing or no, they need imply no more than the use of a glossary. The same is true of the Hesperica Famina. Whoever were the authors of that strange and attractive farrago, glossarial learning was to them synonymous with culture. Literary success meant the forging of phrases that should only just not defy interpretation. When, however, in a Bodleian manuscript, Art F. 432, written in Wales about 887, passages from the Bible in Greek and Latin, it is possible that we may be in the presence of a relic of British learning, independent of Theodore's influence. The volume comes to us from Glastonbury, one of the few places where Celtic and English learning had a chance of blending, and, as Bradshaw says, it passed out of Britain into Saxon hands in the 10th century, during St. Dustin's lifetime, when the old animosity had given way to a much more friendly feeling between the races. When we remember how sharp the animosity had been, we shall be more ready to acknowledge the probability that the pedigree of the solitary evidence of the study of Greek in Britain may be wholly independent of the school of Canterbury. The truth of the matter is probably this, that in the period with which we are concerned there was learning in Britain, and learning of the same standard that then existed in Ireland, but that it was confined to a smaller area, that its products were fewer and that they had perished more completely. There must surely be some foundation for the stress laid by the Irish hagiographicus upon the intercourse between the saints of Ireland and of Britain. Over and over again we find that the former go for instruction to the latter. They sit at the feet of David, Cadoc, Gildas. Gildas visits Ireland as he visits Brittany. In the life of St. Brendan, it is said that he, Gildas, had a missal written in Greek letters, which Brendan, ignorant of the characters, was miraculously enabled to read at sight. It is, if I mistake not, the one mention of Greek in these late lives, a fact which adds something, be it but a featherweight, to the credit of the tale apart from the miracle. In the Breton and Welsh lives we hear of the school of St. Illtyd at Lantwood Major, and through the mist of words with which modern writers have enwrapped the first of British universities, we discern something comparable to the monastic schools of Clonard and the Irish Bangor. For Brittany, at least, Lantwood was a mother of teachers. From her went forth Paul Aurelian, St. Paul de Leon, Samson, Leonorius, and they were qualified to Christianize the Bretons, if not to educate them. Of their studies at Lantwood, no first-hand record survives, but a few ancient Welsh books, a famous Juvencus at Cambridge, and a Martianius Capella, probably written at St. David's and now among Archbishop Parker's manuscripts at Corpus Christi, may safely be accepted, though not earlier than the 9th century, as representing the kind of culture attainable in such a school. And the beautiful story of St. Cadoc's intercession for the soul of Virgil, uncertain as it is to the date of it, gives a glimpse of the attitude of some Britons towards the great literature of Rome, that at least harmonizes well with evidence of a better kind emanating from Ireland. Thus our knowledge of early British culture is scanty. It rests largely upon conjecture and inference. It is not so with the first beginnings of learning among the English, whereas no English scholar or writer can be named before 668. The next half-century produces two, who would be remarkable in any age, Oldham and Bede. Nor is there any room for doubt that these men owe their learning to Theodore and Hadrian. For even if there be a Celtic strain in Oldham's education, as there surely is in his style, we must remember in the first place that the very fact of an Englishman's taking to literary pursuits is a novelty, and in the second place that we have this Englishman's own testimony in his letter to Earnfrid to the enormous influence of Theodore and Hadrian in the work of education, an influence not confined to England, but was potent enough to attract the scholars of Ireland. In Bede, no admixture of Celtic influence is traceable. He is simply the supreme product of the normal teaching of his day. What, then, did Theodore and Hadrian bring with them to this country? They brought the permanent equipment of learning in the shape of books. They also brought the knowledge and enthusiasm which secured that the books should be used to profit. In these two men, the culture of East and West was concentrated. Theodore of Tarsus had studied in the schools of Athens, and very little of his life had been spent in Italy. Hadrian was of African extraction and abbot of a monastery near Naples. He had absorbed all that Italy could furnish, and was possessed of Greek as well. Through him, we are linked with the ancients. The institutionos of Cassiodorus are responsible for the existence of a man with such qualifications. Unproductive of written monuments as Italy was at this time, its monks had not, thanks to Cassiodorus, lost all touch with the education of an earlier day. It is to Hadrian that we must attribute the greatest share of achievement in the educational work, which now began in England. Less could be done by Theodore, occupied as he was with administration and organization, and often absent on journeys to distant parts of the island. With them, an Englishman must be joined in our grateful remembrance, the man who spent his life in substance in the labor of bringing to us the actual palpable treasures of art and learning. Biscop, surnamed Benedict, abbot of Wearmouth. It was he who accompanied Theodore and Hadrian to England. He was himself returning from his third journey to the tombs of the apostles on every subsequent expedition, and he made 4 more. He brought back in quantities books of every kind, pictures and vestments, to say nothing of the masons and the musicians, whom on several occasions he induced to come and work upon his buildings and to teach his monks. Footnote: the only book of a secular kind specified, indeed the only one specified at all except the Bible, was a book on cosmography of admirable workmanship, which Culfrid gave to King Alfred in exchange for some lands. Bede, Viti, Abdebum, 15. This may possibly have been the Christian topography of Cosmos Indicopletus, from which we undoubtedly find an excerpt in Latin in the manuscript given by King Athelstan to the seat of St. Cuthbert, 400-183. End of footnote. Is it not a fair inference from the facts that the influence of Theodore and Hadrian went for something here? Whether or no, Biscoff's work was just what was wanted to supplement theirs and to ensure its continuance after their removal. We do not find these intellectual fathers of the English race figuring as writers. This is a slight matter. Their effectiveness as teachers and the importance of their literary equipment are attested by the works of the first generation of English scholars. Both Oldham and Bede are able to use books on grammar and prosody in large numbers. They know the standard poets, both heathen and Christian, and have access, it seems, even to contemporary Spanish writers, the great Latin fathers, and such other books as were valued for their bearing on the Scriptures, doubtless formed the bulk of the libraries which now began to be formed at Canterbury, York, Weymouth, and perhaps Malmesbury. To put it shortly, within the space of a few years England was placed on a level with the continent and with Ireland in respect of the apparatus of learning. There was this great difference between them, that on the continent the tools were lying neglected, in England they were in active use. It is not, perhaps, necessary to describe in any detail the literary monuments of the first age of our literature, the age of which Oldham marks the youth and Bede the prime. The subject is well worn. Little that is new can be offered in a general survey. The central fact is that at the beginning of the 8th century, England was the home of one great writer of the time, and was a source of light to the whole of the West. In Bede's Ecclesiastical History, we have a book of real literary excellence, as well as an invaluable historical source. In his other works, some of which have outlived their period of greatest usefulness, especially his commentaries, he provided sources of information which were at once welcomed as superior to anything then available, and which retained their popularity until the 13th century at least. The lifetime of Bede tides over the first third of the 8th century. The last third sees the beginning of the Carolingian Renaissance. The middle third, compared with its neighbors, is a barren time so far as regards the production of writings of abiding value. Indeed, when one has named Boniface, with the small group of English writers who were his contemporaries, and Virgilius of Salzburg, almost all is said. Boniface and his circle bear witness, in their letters and in their poems, to the sound learning imparted in the great English schools. What they wrote has some flavor of the elaboration characteristic of Oldham, as distinguished from Bede. The acrostic and the riddle are in favor. Boniface even copies in his verses Tudutus, the figured poem of Publius Optatianus, in which certain letters picked out of the lines from a pattern or picture, and also composed distinct lines or sentences. It is more to the purpose, however, to draw attention to the frequent requests for books which Boniface prefers to his friends in England, the fruit of which we may perhaps see now in some of the small but precious group of manuscripts still preserved at Fulda. Among the treasures of the Würzburg Library, too, are books with English connections. In one is mention of a Worcester abbess. The presence of others may be due to the Irish missionary and martyr Killian, 689. Among them, the unique copy of the works of the heretic Priscillian, or, as Tom Morin now inclines to think, of his companion Instantius. It is thought, I may add, that the Greco-Latin Codex Laudianus of the Acts has made the journey between Britain and the continent twice, first brought to England by Theodore and Hadrian, and there used by Bede. It traveled to Germany with some members of the Bonifacian circle, and found a home there till the 17th century, when a second Archbishop of Canterbury, Laud, was instrumental in bringing it once again to this country, along with many other spoils of German libraries. It will eventually be possible, thanks to the work of the great paleographers of our own time, to write a history of the transmission of ancient literature, and to trace its influence upon individual authors of the early Middle Ages, by the help of our rapidly growing knowledge of the styles of writing peculiar to the great centers of learning, monastic and other, and by the indications which single manuscripts are gradually being induced to yield of their own parentage and wanderings. But the time for attempting this is not yet. Many monographs have to be written and multitudinous details correlated, and a reader of a survey such as this must be content to be told that the cloud which hangs over the literary life of the 6th, 7th, and 8th centuries is in process of being thinned. It is beyond hope that it can be wholly dispersed. One other name demands notice before we close our review of pre-Carolingian literature. Virgilius, Bishop of Salzburg, has made a considerable figure in many a textbook in the capacity of an enlightened cosmographer, or of an early martyr of science, persecuted and silenced by clerical obscurantists because of his belief in the Antipodes. We have not a line of his writing. Our only life of him makes no allusion to his secular learning. All that we know of this side of him is confined to a couple of lines in a letter of Pope Zacharias to St. Boniface, and to the epithets Geometer and Solivagus, which were applied to him, the former by the Annals of the Four Masters, when recording his death, the other by an authority as yet untraced. Footnote. It seems to have been assumed that the word is connected with Saul, but does it in fact mean more than the lone wanderer? End of footnote. Pope Zacharias, answering a complaint of Boniface, says, with regard to the perverse and wicked doctrine which he has spoken against God and his own soul, if it be made clear that he admits it, that there is another world and other men, or sun and moon, beneath the earth, sub terra, you must hold a council, deprive him of priestly rank, and expel him from the church. This brief and rough characterization has been made to bear the interpretation that Virgilius had published a philosophical treatise setting forth the view that there are antipodes, possibly in dependence upon Martianus Capella's teaching, or it is put more modestly that he had given expression to this view in his lectures. It will be seen that the words of Zacharias contain nothing to support and nothing to bar this explanation. Another has been advanced which has never become fashionable, but which, I think, deserves to be weighed. It is that Virgilius had in his mind not antipodes, but dwellers below the surface of the earth. In the 12th century, as William of Nuremberg tells us, a green boy and girl appeared at Woolpit in Suffolk, who were members of an underground race. They called their world the land of St. Martin, perhaps Merlin was the real name, and told how it was lighted, not, it is true, by another sun and moon, and how it was a Christian land and had churches. Anyone who has read much of Scandinavian or Celtic fairy lore will realize that the beliefs he finds there about the underground people are just such as could be described by Pope Zacharias' phrase, were it not for the epithet Geometer, which does seem to imply an interest in science. I should be strongly inclined to give the preference to this second explanation of Virgilius' erroneous doctrine. End of section 71.
Section 72 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. Learning and Literature till Pope Sylvester II, Part 1, by Montague, Rhodes, James. Only a few years before the death of Bede, Alcuin was born, and in Alcuin we have the principal link between the vigorous learning of these islands and that, hardly yet born, of Central Europe. The main facts of the connection are familiar. Alcuin, educated in the traditions of York, left England at about the age of 50, on a mission to Rome to receive the archiepiscopal pall for Eanbald of York, and in 781 met Charlemagne at Parma, and was invited by him to come to his court as soon as his errand should be accomplished. With the exception of one interval spent in England, the rest of Alcuin's life was passed on the continent. It ended in 804. Meanwhile, England had begun to be the prey of Danish invasion. Exactly when the Library of York, which Alcuin describes so glowingly in an often quoted passage of his poem on the saints of the Church of York, was destroyed, we do not know. But that this was a time of destruction, that a whole literature in the English vernacular was wiped out, and that the stores of ancient learning accumulated in the north by Benedict Biscop and in the south by Theodore and Hadrian were scattered, is certain. Only waves and strays remain to attest the height which art and learning had attained here, and the value of the treasures that had been imported. The Lindisfarne Gospels and the Rothwell Cross on the one hand, and the Codex Amiatinus, happily retrieved by its parent country before the catastrophe, on the other, are outstanding examples. Between the departure of Alcuin for the Emperor's court and the revival of English letters under Alfred, England, disunited and ravaged, makes no contribution to the cause of learning. Interest is centered upon that same court of Charlemagne. Here for a time lived Paul the Deacon and Peter of Pisa, both representatives of Italy, where learning, if inert, was not dead. Incomparably the more important figure of the two is that of Paul, chiefly in view of two pieces of work, his abridgment of the glossary of Pompeius Festus and his history of the Lombards. Both are precious, not for style, but for the hard facts which they preserve. About half of the glossary of Festus, itself an abridgment of the work of Verius Flaccus, has survived only in a sadly damaged Naples manuscript. Without it, and what Paul has rescued of the remainder, our knowledge of archaic Latin would be far fuller of gaps than it is. His epitome was a mine, too, for later writers, who drew from it strange forms to adorn their pages. In virtue of his other great work, Paul has earned the name of the father of Italian history. Neither of these books was written at the instance of the emperor, who employed Paul in educational work and in the compilation of a set of homilies for use in church. Paul was something of a verse writer, and some fables of his are by no means without merit. But both he and Peter were chiefly valued by their patron as teachers of grammar. We have writings of both of them on this subject, a subject touched by almost every one of the great scholars of the period we have been and shall be reviewing. Althelm, Bede, Boniface, Alcuin, not to mention a crowd of minor names, Irish and continental. Especially in the Carolingian age, when serious efforts were afoot to raise the standard of education, were grammatical manuals of frequent occurrence. Their compilers used the works of recent predecessors and of more ancient writers in varying degrees, commonly contributing little of their own, save perhaps the order and arrangement of the material. No detailed review of these writers will be attempted in this chapter, but they deserve mention, and honorable mention, since they ministered to the first needs of a fresh and very numerous generation of scholars. In leaving Paul the Deacon, it is worthwhile to remark that he expressly disclaims knowledge of Greek and Hebrew, and to note that Greek does not figure very conspicuously in the works of most of the important scholars in Charlemagne's own circle, though we can see that it was known to more than one of them. There may have been some few Greek books accessible to them. Between 758 and 763, Pope Paul I had sent some to Pepin. The grammar of Aristotle, of Dionysius the Areopagite, a geometry, an orthography. says the Pope, obscurely enough. But we do not fall on the track of these again. The knowledge that Charlemagne revived education and learning in his empire is common property. I shall not dwell upon his methods, but rather upon the individual men whom he gathered about him to do the work, and upon the results they achieved. 3 have already been mentioned, and I do not think it is insular prejudice which inclines me to regard Alcuin as the central figure. He was not a great writer. Interesting as are his letters and his poems, none of them can be rated high as literature. But as an organizer and administrator, and as a personally attractive man, he stands in the first rank. Socially, we can see that he must have been very acceptable. In the common phrase of today, he had a genius for friendship. In promoting the revival of education, he had this advantage over his helpers, that alone among them he was possessed of the traditions and methods of a long-established and thriving school. The mass of writings for which he is responsible is very large. There are biblical commentaries, not more distinguished for originality than those of Bede, treatises upon the adoptionist heresy, which sprang up in his time in Spain, and upon the Trinity, accounted his best theological work. There is a liturgical corpus of great importance in the history of worship, of which a homiliary, a lectionary, and a sacramentary are the chief members. Of a revision of the text of the Latin Bible due to him, there is a constant tradition which we need not doubt, though we possess no record of the imperial order under which it is said to have been undertaken, and there are few allusions to it in Alcuin's own writings. Moreover, the task of distinguishing the Alcuinian text from other current types is beset with difficulties. There is also a series of educational manuals. We have those on grammar, rhetoric, and dialectic, and there seem to have been others. They were not popular for long, and were not intrinsically very valuable. Still, they were pioneer work, and as such, they doubtless had an influence not to be despised. As to his own range of reading, apart from the theology, which ranked as standard in his time, something must be said. The mass of verse which we have from him shows his knowledge of such authors as Virgil, some study of whom may be assumed in the case of everyone with whom we shall be concerned, Statius, Lucan, and of the Christian poets, Juvencus, Prudentius, Arator, Sedulius, and others who, like Virgil, were read by all who read at all. His list of the writers who were to be found in the library at York is instructive, though incomplete. It omits, for example, Isidore, but it contains few names which ceased to be familiar in later centuries. Of theologians, Victorinus and Lactantius; of poets, Alcimus Avitus; of grammarians, Probus, Phocas, Eutychius, Pompeius, Caminianus are those who became comparative rarities in and after the 12th century. The most learned of Alcuin's letters are those that relate to astronomy, in which the emperor was interested. In one of them he asks for a copy of Pliny's Natural History to help him to answer certain queries, and elsewhere in his correspondence he quotes Vitruvius and alludes to Dares Phrygius as if he knew the Trojan history current under that time. He is also credited with the introduction of a few texts to the continent, the spurious correspondences of Alexander the Great with Dendymus, king of the Brachmani, and of St. Paul with Seneca. If not very important, both of these became excessively popular, more so than the Categoriae of Augustine, the transmission of which is also due to Alcuin. His knowledge of Greek is a matter of controversy, but at least he can quote the Psalter and the Epistles to elucidate a point of grammar. A remark may be permitted here, which is applicable to most of the individual cases we shall meet. Those who had learned the grammar and machinery of the Greek language were not few in number, and I see no reason for excluding Alcuin's name from the list. But when they had learnt it and were in a position to use Greek books, there were no Greek books for them to use. Literally, as we shall see, hardly any beyond a few copies of parts of the Bible, Psalter, Gospels, Epistles. In other words, there was very little matter which they did not already possess in a form easier to be used and considered equally authoritative. Hence, the study was unpopular. It involved great labor and had little to offer save to those who coveted abstruse learning and took pleasure in the process of acquiring it. For all that, the tradition of the supreme excellence of Greek learning was slow to die, and in every generation some individuals were attracted by it, though the difficulties they had to encounter increased as time went on. Alcuin's Abbey of St. Martin at Tours played a great part in the diffusion of that form of writing, the Carolingian minuscule, which was the vehicle of transmission of the main bulk of the ancient literature. Obscured for a time, ousted, indeed, by the Gothic scripts of the later Middle Ages, it emerged again at the revival of learning, took perhaps a more refined shape at the hands of the humanists, and became the parent of the common quote-unquote Roman type in which these lines will be read. That the introduction of this clear and beautiful script is one of the most remarkable and beneficial of the reforms of Charlemagne's age, whoever had to do with Merovingian, Beneventan, or Visigothic hands will readily allow. It would be pleasant if we could point to it as an enduring trace of the influence of Alcuin, as has been commonly done. The trend of expert opinion, however, is against this attribution. The traditions of writing in which Alcuin was brought up were insular, and so good an authority as Traube pronounces that the great Anglo-Saxon scholar had no share in forming the hand of the scriptorium of Tours. The pupils of Alcuin did not fail to follow his methods and to propagate sound learning to the best of their ability. We shall revert to them and their work. It is now time to leave the great teacher and to notice a few other leading members of the court circle. Lienhart, Theodulf, and Angilbert are three figures of great interest. The Vita Caroli of the first may be unhesitatingly named as the best piece of literature which the Carolingian revival produced. As is well known, it follows the lines of an ancient model, Suetonius's Lives of the Caesars, and especially that of Augustus. A copy of Suetonius, the parent, it seems, of all that we have, was at Fulda. Servatus Lupus of Fierrer writes for a transcript of it in later years. This manuscript Lienhart must have studied closely and wisely. From it he derives the plan and proportions and the method of narration in his biography. Succinct, clear, and picturesque, inspired with a sagacious perception of the greatness of its subject, it is a really worthy monument to the emperor. Nardulus is an attractive personality as revealed in this work, and in the letters and poems of his friends. His own letters are rather jejune business documents for the most part. A mention of Vitruvius is almost the only detail of literary interest. There is evidence, besides, of acquaintance with the letters of Pliny, and elsewhere with the Germania of Tacitus. More characteristic than the correspondence is his narrative of the translation or theft of the relics of Saints Marcellinus and Peter, which he procured from Rome for his abbey at Michelstadt. It is the classical instance of these pious conveyances, and an early one in the series. Of the documents which throw light upon Lienhart's personality and his domestic relations, the best are the letters of condolence written to him by Servatus Lupus on the death of his wife. That Lienhart took part in the compilation of the very valuable Loch's Annals, anonymous as is the rule with that class of records, has been denied, but is affirmed by weighty opinion. His poems and his lost work on the Saxons can have no more than a bare mention here. Theodulf, Spaniard by birth and education, ecclesiastic and statesman, Bishop of Orleans and Abbot of Fleury, stands out as by far the most skillful versifier, I think I would say poet, of his time. He has an astonishing facility in the elegiac meter. A very large mass of his writings has survived, though the only manuscript of the longer poems has disappeared since Sermont printed them. If one were asked to single out the most successful piece, perhaps that addressed to judges has the strongest claim. In this he describes an official journey of inspection which he took with Lienhart, afterwards Archbishop of Lyon, through Gallia Narbonensis. At one place he introduces an incident which is rather characteristic of his manner. Someone who wishes to curry favor with him calls him aside and offers him a piece of plate, evidently of antique workmanship. It is worn with age, and has in the center a representation of Hercules and Cacus, surrounded with others which show Hercules and the snakes and the 12 labors. On the outside are the fight with Nessus and the deaths of Lycus and Hercules, as well as the story of Antaeus. Other suitors proffer Eastern fabrics with beasts woven upon them, and so forth. I call this characteristic, for we find several similar descriptions of works of art in the poems, as for example the 7 liberal arts depicted on a dish, and a picture designed by Theodulf himself of the earth in the form of a woman suckling a child, and surrounded by many symbolic attributes. These things are interesting in themselves, and as affording evidence of the survival of classical traditions and monuments. Another ingenuity in which he evidently took pleasure is the introduction of place names in large numbers. Many distichs are made up of these. Here is one enumerating some of the rivers which watered Charlemagne's dominions. Rura, Mosella, Liger, Vulturnus, Matrona, Ledus, Hister, Atax, Gabarus, Olitis, Albis, Arar. He does not even shun Baghdad. Si veniat Bagatat, Agarenis rebus onusta. As amusing as any is his poem on the court, 25, where he tells how Nardus, Lienhart, Erkenbald, and Osulf might serve, being all of a size, and that not great, as the 3 legs of a table, and how, when the poem is read aloud, a wretched Scot, possibly Clement the Irishman, the palace schoolmaster, will be in a miserable state of temper and confusion. 2 pieces of his verse, and only 2, were at all commonly copied in later centuries. An extract from his preface to the Bible finds a place in some 13th century Vulgates, and a part of his Palm Sunday hymn, Gloria Laus et Honor, remains in use in the original and in vernacular versions. What has been said of his facility in the writing of elegiac verse implies his close study of older models, particularly of Ovid. His compatriot Prudentius was also a well-read source. but on the whole his range of classical reading does not comprise unfamiliar names. We do not learn much from him about the preservation of ancient literature. A word in conclusion as to his work on the revision of the text of the Bible. That he undertook a recension of it is not to be doubted, and it is generally agreed that we have, at Le Puy and at Paris, B.N. Let 9380, 2 copies more or less faithful of that recension. That he made it by the help of old Spanish manuscripts is also the prevailing view. It is probable enough that fragments of some of these survive at Orleans, whither they came from his Abbey Fleury. But neither was it a very remarkable piece of work in itself, nor did it exercise upon the history of the text an influence approaching that attributed to the contemporary Alcuinian revision. Angilbert, Homer as he was called, influential as he was personally, takes on the whole a secondary place among the writers. If the fragment of an epic poem on Charlemagne and Pope Leo, which contains a celebrated description of the emperor and his family out hunting, be not his, but it probably is, there is not much to preserve his name as an author. But as abbot of Saint Riquier, he was zealous in collecting books, over 200 of them, for his monastery, and, if we may judge by the names of authors whom Micco had at disposal, there was a strong contingent of Latin poets among them. Only a systematic history of literature could undertake to name the minor figures of this or of subsequent periods. It must suffice here to select a few men and books that stand out from a crowd which begins to thicken rapidly. Alcuin, dying in 804, was the first after Paul the Deacon to disappear. Lienhart and the rest were considerably younger men, and Lienhart lived till 840. Before we take up the direct line of succession to Alcuin, we will devote a few words to one who stood outside the circle that has been engaging our attention, and who was just about coeval with Lienhart. This is Agobard, Archbishop of Lyon, 769 to 840. Like Theodulf, he was a Spaniard. It is no part of my purpose to trace his career or catalogue his many tracts. 3 points only shall be noted as germane to the subject of this chapter. First, he was instrumental in preserving, in a manuscript which he gave to a church at Lyon, and which is now at Paris, a very large proportion of the extant work of Tertullian. Next, though he shows no interest in classical learning, it is curious to find that he had some knowledge of Jewish lore. In his fierce attack on the Jews, he quotes rabbinic teaching about the 7 heavens, and also some form of the Jewish libel on our Lord, which is commonly called the Toledoth Jesu. Lastly, 2 of his tracts have a bearing on folklore. One of them denounces the current belief in tempestarii, people who could produce storms at will. The other tells of a mysterious epidemic which had induced people in the district of Uzes to revert to pagan observances. These, 2 of which are no doubt small matters, are samples of the odds and ends of strange information which may be picked up from the literature of the time. The most influential of the Diadochi of Alcuin was perhaps his pupil Magnentius Rabanus Maurus, Raban, 784 to 856, abbot of Fulda for 20 years, 822 to 842, and from 847 Archbishop of Mayence. He was no original genius, but a great channel of learning, which he transmitted through compilations in the form of commentaries and of an encyclopedia founded on Isidore. The achievement which his contemporaries admired most was his book In Praise of the Holy Cross. This, too, is closely modeled on an older book, the Panegyric on Constantine by Publilius Optatianus Porphyrius. Pages of capital letters, in which some are picked out in red, meet the eye, and it is realized that the red letters not only have their proper part in the text, but also form some device or picture, and that they make up some sentiment or verse independently. Such carmina figurata of terrible ingenuity and infinitesimal value were popular throughout these centuries. Rabban Maur not only found a precious library at Fulda, but increased it substantially. It can have had few rivals in quality by the time he left it. To Fulda we owe, it appears, the preservation of Suetonius, of Tacitus, of Ammianus Marcellinus, to name 3 leading examples. It has been shown, too, that Rabban had access to Lucretius. The mention of his library affords an occasion for speaking, though in the briefest terms, of the others which competed with it on the continent. Lorsch, Reichenau, near Constance, St. Gall, Corbie in Picardy, Saint-Riquier, Fleury on the Loire, Bobbio and Monte Cassino in Italy. These, I imagine, are all indisputably to be placed in the first class. Of them be it remembered that Fulda, Reichenau, St. Gall, and Bobbio owe their being to these islands. Boniface, Pirminius, Gallus, Columban were their founders. How much further our list should stretch, no 2 people would agree, but it would be absurd to omit the libraries of Tours, Reims, Saint-Denis, Mayence, Cologne, Trèves, Porvy in Westphalia, daughter of Corbie, Würzburg, Laon, Liège, or that of Verona, to which the Archdeacon Pacificus died 846, added more than 200 volumes. Each of these had its importance as school or storehouse, and some, like St. Gall, Würzburg, and Verona, have kept together a surprisingly large proportion of their ancient possessions up to the present day. Not so all those which were first named. The books of Fulda, of which we have a catalogue made late in the 16th century, have very largely disappeared. Lorsch is better represented in the libraries of the Vatican and elsewhere. Reichenau at Karlsruhe, Corbie at Paris, Petrograd, and Amiens, Fleury at Rome and Orleans, Bobbio at Rome, Milan, Turin, Vienna, and Bamberg. Among them, these houses produced a great proportion of the 9th century manuscripts which exist today, and anyone who will be at pains to examine Chatelin's Paléographie des Classiques Latins or Sabadini's account of the rediscovery of the classics at the Renaissance will realize how much of what we have is due to the scribes who lived between, say, 800 and 950. End of section 72. Section 73 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. Learning and Literature till Pope Sylvester II, Part 2, by Montague, Rhodes, James. There are 3 Latin authors of the first class, Virgil, Terence, and Livy, of whom the whole, or a considerable portion, have survived in manuscripts of the classical period. Neglecting fragments, it may be said that the earliest copies of Caesar, Sallust, Lucretius, Juvenal, Persius, both Pliny's, Tacitus, Lucan, Suetonius, Martial, the greater part of Cicero, all date from the Carolingian Renaissance. There is, of course, something to be said against this immense debt. What, we ask, has become of the archetypes which the scribes of the 9th century used. It is to be feared that, once transcribed, they were cast aside as old and useless, and few of them allowed to live on even as palimpsests, for vellum was not so scarce as it had been. Still, the fact remains that they were copied, and that in such numbers as attest a vivid and widespread interest in the best literature that was accessible. In Walafridus, Strabo, or Strabus, the pupil of Rabban Mar, we have another scholar of the direct Alcuinian succession. His career was not a long one, 808 to 849, but the amount and in some respects the quality of his work is remarkable. The Glossa Ordinaria, an abridgment of patristic commentaries on all the books of the Bible, a predecessor of the Synopsis Criticorum of more modern times, was his great monument. In the 12th century, no monastic library of any consideration lacked a set, and even the smallest owned a few of the principal volumes. It is no more than a compilation, from sources which still exist, but it was a source of primary importance to students of the Bible for many years. Walafrid's poetry is more interesting to us than the gloss. There is a great deal of it, but only 2 pieces shall be selected for special mention. De Imagine Tetrici is notable for its subject, which is the equestrian statue of Theodoric removed from Ravenna to Aix-la-Chapelle by Charlemagne in 801, and also for its form. It is a dialogue between the poet and Scintilla, roughly his genius, which is succeeded by a remarkable description of the Emperor Louis the Pious and his train. De Cultura Hortorum is the first of medieval Georgics. Those who have seen it will at least remember the epilogue addressed to Grimaldus of St. Gall, in which Walafrid says, "Think of me when you are sitting in your walled garden under the shade of a peach tree. Dum tibi cana legunt tenera lanugine poma ludentes puri, scola letabunda tuorum, atque volis ingentia mala capacibus indunt, grandia conantes includere corpora palmis." The lines are not, quote-unquote, great poetry, but the picture is pleasant. A group of 3 writers whose works bear on the preservation of Roman literature shall next be noticed. The first part of the 9th century, 805 to 862, is covered by the life of Servatus Lupus, abbot of Fierer, whose letters, not uncelebrated, are by far the most remarkable of his writings. The frequent requests he makes for books, and especially classical books, have long since attracted attention. From Lienhart he borrows Aulus Gellius and the rhetorical works of Cicero. From Alstig of York, Quintilian. From another he tries to get Livy. From the abbot of Fulda, Suetonius in 2 small volumes. He owns and has read Caesar. He quotes Horace, and may have had some other Latin lyrics. A line which he cites as Horace's "meos dividerem libenter annos" is not to be found in Horace now. Mico of Saint-Riquier seems to have compiled his work on prosody about the year 825. It is a collection, arranged alphabetically, of lines from upwards of 30 poets, pagan and Christian, exemplifying the scansion of particular words, the name of the source being written beside each. One could hardly have a more convenient key to the contents of the Saint-Riquier library as regards Latin verse. The list need not be set out in full here, but a few remarks may be made. The Aratea, both of Cicero and of Germanicus, and the medical poem of Quintus Surrenus Sammonicus, to which Lucretius may be added, count as rarities. We miss Calpurnius and Nemesianus, who were known to the Carolingian court, and Macer, perhaps last mentioned as extant by Arimoldus Nigellus, a notable court poet. The absence of Catullus, Tibullus, and Propertius is not surprising. The first and last evidently did not emerge till a good deal later. Tibullus, however, does occur in an interesting 9th century list of books written in a grammatical manuscript at Berlin, Santen 66. Hadauardus gives another aspect of the picture. We know nothing of him but that he calls himself a presbyter, and obviously lived in an establishment, most likely monastic, where he had a good library at command. He put together a collection of moral, religious, and philosophical excerpts which has survived in one manuscript. Its distinguishing feature is that a large part consists of extracts from the philosophical writings of Cicero. Hadauardus had no more of these than we have. The Republic was not known to him. Cicero is useful to him merely as a moralist, and he expunges from his extracts the personal and historical allusions, so that what we thank him for is little more than the evidence he supplies as to the existence in his time of the collected philosophical works in very much their present shape. It is long since I have made any reference to Spain. The little that can now be said must be confined to the Christian writers. I cannot touch on the great literary and scientific achievements of the conquering Moors, and the Christian writers were not very remarkable. A mass of matter connected with the adoptionist heresy appeared at the end of the 8th century. The question at issue, recalled by the Filioque clause, was the Son of God son by adoption as opposed to eternal generation, was affirmed by Felix of Urgel and Elipandus of Toledo, and outside Spain denied by Alcuin. Within the country, Beatus wrote against Elipandus, but he would hardly have been remembered for that alone. He is remembered, however, both by patristic students and by those interested in art, as the compiler of an immense commentary on the Apocalypse, from sources which are some of them lost and valuable. Copies of this, to which Jerome on Daniel is almost always added, profusely illustrated, are the chief monuments of Spanish art for the 9th and following centuries. The designs of the pictures were transmitted with almost Chinese fidelity from one scriptorium to another. Among them is a map of the world which has a special place of its own in geographical history. At the middle of the 9th century, a pair of Cordovan writers emerge to whom a few words must be devoted. Paulus Albarus, a converted Jew, and Eulogius, Eulogio, Archbishop of Toledo, who died a martyr in 859. The writings of Eulogius are chiefly concerned with the martyrs of his own time and with polemic against the prophet. Those of Paul include a life of Eulogius and a good deal of indifferent verse. Their main importance is no doubt for Spanish history, and they are mentioned here principally in virtue of a passage in the life of Eulogius which bears on general literature. In 848, says Paul, Eulogius brought back from certain monasteries a number of books. Virgil, Horace, Juvenal, Avienus are specially named, and also the epigrams of Adelelmus, who is no other than our English Althelm. The fact that Althelm was read in Spain in the 9th century is worth noting. We remember how Althelm himself, at the end of the 7th century, read Julian of Toledo and Eugenius. A chapter of history yet unwritten will most likely disclose many unsuspected threads of connection between Ireland, Britain, and Spain. In the making of it, the role of the liturgiologist will be an important one. We return to Central Europe. A good deal of space in the last chapter was devoted to Greek learning and to Irish culture. Now that we have passed to the middle years of the 9th century, both subjects come before us again. Their representatives are, in the first instance, Johannes Scotus Eriugena and Sedulius Scotus, but these are only the protagonists. There was a crowd of minor personages, some few of whom will claim separate notice. The testimony of the time is that imperial and royal courts and the palaces of the great ecclesiastics were thronged with needy quote-unquote Scotti, all learned in their various ways, all willing to teach, and all seeking, not always in the most dignified terms, shelter and maintenance. Heyrick of Auxerre, writing about 876, represents the influx of Irish scholars as due to the enlightened liberality of Charles the Bold. Quote, Ireland, despising the dangers of the sea, is migrating almost en masse with her crowd of philosophers to our shores, and all the most learned almost doom themselves to voluntary exile to attend the bidding of Solomon the Wise. End quote. But this was not the sole or even the chief reason. As the rhetoricians of Gaul had been driven into Ireland by one set of invasions, so now the Irish were driven out of it by another, and that of the Scandinavian pirates, who had already done so much mischief in England. We cannot doubt that lamentable destruction of books took place in Ireland too, but we know little or nothing about established libraries there. We first hear of John the Scot at the court of Charles the Bold in 845, and his first continental writing was on predestination against Gottschalk, 851. Not very long after, in 858 to 860, he made his first important translation from Greek of the works called of Dionysius the Areopagite. The copy he used was most likely one which in 827 the Greek Emperor Michael had given to the Abbey of Saint-Denis. Hilduin, abbot of that house, had done his best to establish the identity of the patron of the abbey with the Areopagite, and the identification was commonly accepted throughout the medieval period. It is generally agreed that John knew Greek before he left Ireland. This would make it natural to commit to him the task of rendering the very difficult language and matter of Dionysius into Latin, but the contents were such as were certain to attract him. He was a philosopher born, and the blend of Neoplatonism and Christianity in these writings was exactly suited to his temperament. He performed his work in a way that excited the wonder of a very competent scholar at Rome. For in 860 the translation was sent to Pope Nicholas, and he referred it for an opinion to his librarian Anastasius, who had done much work of the kind. Anastasius marvels how a man from a remote and barbarous land could have attained such mastery of Greek. Irish learning was evidently an unknown thing to him. In his dedications of his version to the emperor, and also in a good many of his occasional poems, John ventures upon original Greek verse composition. Here he is at his weakest, both as poet and as prosodist. The scansion is surprisingly bad. The Dionysius was followed by the Ambigua of Maximus, Apora eis Gregorion periphysion, also a difficult text to translate, and not one of much importance. Most likely no other philosophical text, if we accept the Solutiones of Priscianus Letus, as to which there is doubt, came into John's hands. He made no other translations, but turned to the composition of his last and greatest work, to which he gave a Greek title, Periphysion Merismu, 867. Little copied, for it soon became suspect of pantheism, it is the most original piece of speculative thought which these centuries have to show. Nothing so remarkable probably was put forth until Anselm came. Other works by John, to which no precise date has been assigned, are his excerpts from Macrobius on the verb, which preserve all we have of a very valuable book, a fragmentary commentary on St. John's Gospel, in which he makes use of the Greek text, and commentaries on Marcianus, Capella, and Boethius. We still await a critical edition of the whole of the works of this very marked scholar and thinker. It is unfair to judge of his personality from silence, but the fact remains that there is no written tribute to any but his intellectual gifts. Sedulius Scotus is found at Liège about 848, and after a lapse of 10 years becomes untraceable. In him we have no original thinker, but a writer of some skill, a most industrious compiler and transcriber, and a lover of ancient literature. His book De Rectoribus Christianis, addressed to Lothar II, interspersed with pieces of verse in many meters after the fashion of Boethius, and with copious quotations from the Proverbia Graecorum, see page 504, is his best original composition. There are too many fugitive pieces of verse, some addressed to his patrons, one or two to his Irish companions, other descriptive of works of art, for example, a silken pall embroidered with a long series of scenes from the life of St. Peter. Under the head of compilations, we reckon his collections on St. Matthew and on the Pauline epistles, the former as yet unprinted, and his commentaries on grammatical works, Priscian, Donatus, Eutychius. In the last named, which was very likely written in Ireland, he uses that tract of Macrobius on the verb, of which John has been the chief preserver. There is also in the library of the hospital of Cusa, near Trèves, a manuscript of a commonplace book of his of very remarkable character. It has supplied us with pieces of Cicero's orations against Piso, and for Fronteus, which are wanting in our other copies, and of Vegetius, Porphyrio, and Lactantius. Partly perhaps because of the many Greek passages in his works, Lactantius was little read or copied between the 9th and the 15th century. To Sedulius, however, these were no deterrent. He collects some of them at the end of a Greek Psalter, which we have of his transcribing. A remark of Traubes will be in place here. I hazard to guess, he says, that wherever Greek passages survive in Latin works, they are to be referred to Irish influence. End quote. The manuscripts transcribed by Sedulius and his circle remain to be noticed. Those which are most confidently ascribed to his hand are the Psalter just mentioned, which is signed by him. It is now in the Arsenal Library at Paris, and was once at St. Nicholas's Abbey at Verdun, and a Greco-Latin copy of the Pauline epistles at Dresden, of which the Codex Augiensis at Trinity College, Cambridge, is a transcript. There are besides at St. Gall a Priscian, perhaps brought from Ireland, and a Gospels in Greek and Latin known as Delta. And there is a famous book at Berne, 363, containing our oldest copy of Horace's Odes. In these we find scribbled on margins Irish names and names of others, such as Hartgar of Tongres, Günther of Cologne, Hilduin, Hincmar, etc., whom were known to have been connected with Sedulius. His own name also occurs not unfrequently. Of the less distinguished members of the band of Irish scholars, Duncat or Duncant has been asserted and also denied to be the author of a comment on Martianus Capella, not printed. Common to this and to John the Scots comment on the same author is a fragment of the lost Peplus of Theophrastus, which is also copied in a Leon manuscript 444, written by an Irish teacher, Martin of Laon, died 875. This book contains a Greco-Latin glossary and, inter alia, Greek verses by Martin himself, no better and no worse than those of John. Nün lege neanis ki legein dos desmata hilsin, helisin, is the last line and a fair sample. End of section 73.
Section 74 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. Learning and Literature till Pope Sylvester II. Part 3, by Montague, Rhodes, James. Room must be found here for a word about glossaries. They were the indispensable tool of any who aspired to a knowledge of Greek, and were used by others who had no real grasp of the language but desired to be thought Greek scholars. The two chief Greco-Latin glossaries go by the names of Cyrillus and Philoxenus, respectively. The prime authority for the text of Cyrillus is an ancient manuscript in the Harleian collection, 5792, which came from the Hospital of Cues. We now know that Leon 444, written by Martin, is a copy of it, and this means that in the 9th century it was at or near Leon. It was not, however, written in France, but most likely in Italy. Its archetype is conjectured to have been a papyrus book. Philoxenus depends upon a 9th century manuscript at Paris, and this too is referred to the neighborhood of Leon, or at least to the north of France. Fergus was another of the Irish circle. He was the writer of part of the St. Gall Gospels. Yet another, of whom we know little more than the name, was Elias, a connecting link between the Irish and their most distinguished continental pupil, Heinrich of Auxerre. Heinrich learned what Greek he knew from an Irish teacher or teachers at Leon. He also sat under Lupus of Ferrières, and at his lectures took down excerpts from Valerius Maximus and Suetonius. Elias supplied him with a text of two collections of apothegms, one current under the name of Cecilius Balbus. A manuscript now at the Abbey of Melk in Austria preserves, with autograph notes by Heinrich, another set of extracts which is particularly interesting as including some from Petronius. The copy from which these were taken is now divided between the libraries of Bern and Paris. His own works are not epoch-making. Commentaries on some of the poets, which supplied material to his pupil Remigius in a long life of St. Germanus of Auxerre in verse. In this he makes considerable parade of his Greek, intercalating into his dedications many words which he got from the works of Dionysius the Areopagite. He makes such experiments in lyric meters as show him to have been a student of the Odes and Apodes of Horace, and he is credited with being the first of his time to pay much attention to these poems, which were always far less popular than the satires and epistles. Those who have studied the commentaries of Heinrich award to them higher praise for real soundness of learning than to those of Remigius, but the name of the latter lived on, and Heinrich's did not. Remigius learnt of Dunchad as well as of Heinrich, and taught at Rheims for Archbishop Fulk and at Paris. He lived on into the 10th century, and, it is said, had Odo of Cluny among his pupils. The tale of his writings is a long one, consisting almost entirely of commentaries upon grammarians, poets, and books of the Bible. A tract on the Mass and a glossary of proper names in the Bible both ascribed to him, went on being copied down to the end of the Middle Ages. Few of the many Bibles of the 13th century are without the interpretation as nominum. This is perhaps the place to mention the mythographers. Two anonymous collections of stories of the ancient gods and heroes, very baldly told, were printed by Mai from Vatican manuscripts of the 10th and 11th centuries, along with a later one which does not concern us. The second of these mythographers copies a good deal of matter from the first, and has been, not quite certainly, identified with Remigius. The first quotes authors as late as Orosius, and mingles tales from Roman history with his mythology. Neither attained a wide circulation, but they deserve a word in virtue of their attempts to hand on the ancient legends and throw light on the allusions to them in classical literature. By the end of the 9th century, it is probably true to say that the Irish stimulus had worked itself out. Had a steady supply of Greek texts been available, one cannot doubt that men would have been found to make use of them, but it must be repeated, no new material was coming in. Byzantium despised the West and did not care to enlighten it. The Greek monasteries of southern Italy seem never to have attracted any attention in the north. The chief scholar at Rome, Anastasius Bibliothecarius, died in 897 and left no successor. Something more needs to be said of what he had accomplished. Nearly all his translations, which are not few, were made at the request of friends or of the Pope. He revised John's Dionysus and provided it with scholia rendered from Greek. He put into Latin the acts of two councils, that of 787 and that in which Photius was deposed and Ignatius restored to the patriarchate. For John the deacon, who was designing a large church history, he translated the chronography of Nicephorus and copied extracts from the chronicles of George the Cincillus and of Theophanes, the three together forming what was known as the Chronographia Tripartita, not to be confused with the Historia Tripartita that was made for Cassiodorus. It is an imposing list, and there is more than this to his credit. The excursions made into Greek literature in the 10th century are almost negligible. In the middle of it, Leo of Naples produced a version of an Alexander romance for Duke John of Naples from a manuscript he had brought from Constantinople. It marks a stage in the spread of that most influential romance. Later on, we encounter another type of Greek scholar, the man thoroughly familiar with the spoken language, in Liutprand of Cremona, diplomat and historian. It is not pretended that what has been said here of the study and influence of Greek in these centuries is a complete survey. The gaps will be obvious to experts. The province of liturgy, for instance, has not been touched, and there is much in early tropers and other service books which goes to show that forms were borrowed from the Byzantines. That the litanies of the saints first appeared in Greek, transmitted from Rome late in the 7th century to England by a Greek-speaking pope, is a proposition recently maintained by that great scholar Edmund Bishop. Hagiography, again, would easily fill a chapter of its own. We do not yet know all that was done by Eastern monks, driven westward by the iconoclastic troubles in the way of translation of Acts of Saints, or more generally in the diffusion of their language. Further, a small matter this, perhaps, it would be worthwhile to collect the instances in which Western scribes have employed the Greek alphabet for their titles and colophons. It is mainly a piece of harmless parade, but is not wholly insignificant. Irishmen, Bretons, and Spaniards were fondest of the practice, though it is not confined to them. Yet another class of documents in which the use of rare Greek words became a fashion are the charters of the 10th century, especially those made in England. This love of a bizarre vocabulary, which we have noticed before, crops up again and again almost to the end of our period. About 830, we have the strange poem of Leos Monocus, a Breton, who uses the Hesperica Famina. About 896, Abbo of Saint-Germain appends to his 2 books of verse on the siege of Paris by the Northmen A third, which is nothing but a series of conundrums, unintelligible from the first without a gloss. 100 years later, our English chronicler, Fabius Ethelweird, puts the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle into a very crabbed Latin with tags of verse in sesquipedal compounds of his own devising. It is a relief to turn from these oddities to some writings which have an appreciable value as literature. Gottschalk, or Gottescalcus, monk of Orbay, 805 to 869, fills an enormous space in the dogmatic history of his time. He paid dear enough to Hincmar of Rheims for the errors of his doctrine, and his tragic story has been remembered by many who forget how grim was his view of election and reprobation. Christ did not die to save all men, but only the elect. Only in somewhat recent times have certain lyrics of his been brought to light which make him a more sympathetic character. There is a lightness about them not very common. Lightness not of tone, for they are plaintive, but of touch. Ut quid iubs pusiol, querbandas filiol, carmen dulce me canter, cum simlong excul volde intramer, o cur iubs caner. Yet more recently, Gottschalk has been accepted as the author of a poem very famous for 6 or 7 centuries after him, the Eclogue of Theodulus. Theodulus is no more than Gottschalk, God's slave, turned into Greek. This eclogue is a colloquy between truth, aletheia, and falsehood, sustus, with reason, phronesis, for umpire. Falsehood cites a number of incidents from pagan mythology, giving a quatrain to each. Truth caps every one with a contrast from the scriptures. The verdict is a foregone conclusion. In length and subject, the poem was admirably fitted to be a schoolbook, and as a schoolbook has survived well into the Renaissance period. In 874 died Hathamoda, first abbess of Gandersheim. Aegeus, her friend, a monk of Corvey, wrote a long prose life of her, and also a dialogue in elegiac verse between himself and her nuns. Rather exalted language has been used about the beauty of this poem, but its ease and simplicity and truth of feeling do mark it out among the productions of its time. It is not, however, distinguished for originality of thought or excellence of technique. Matthias et Barnabas, Timotheus, Apollo, Silvanus, Titus, Theophilus, Gaius is not a good couplet, but te iem portus habet, nos adhuc iactit abyssus, te lux veritenet, nos tenebrae retinent, te cum virginibus comitans, quocunque iat agnes, lilia cum violas collegius atque rosas, are better lines, and typical of what has been praised in the poem. Opinion is still unsettled as to whether Aegeus and a writer known as Poeta Saxo are identical. Aegeus would not gain greatly were his claim established. The poem is nothing but a versification of prose sources, Annals and Einhard, on the life of Charlemagne. The community of St. Gall, as may be guessed from the frequent mention of it in these pages, has a wonderful record for the preservation of ancient literature. It is scarcely less remarkable for its own literary productions. 2 of its writers shall have special notice now. The first is Notker Balbolus, the Stammerer, 840 to 912. Several other Notkers of St. Gall followed him, the most famous of whom was Notker Labio, 1022. Translator into German of Boetius, and much else, but this first Notker is considerably more important, principally on 2 grounds. One was the development of a form of church poetry known as the sequence. The essence of it was this: it had become the fashion to prolong to an exaggerated extent the singing of the word Alleluia where it occurred at the end of antiphons. The melodies of such Alleluias were fixed, but were exceedingly hard to remember. Taking the hint from a Jumièges service book that had been brought to St. Gall, Notker fitted the Alleluias with words appropriate to the church season or feast, putting as a rule a syllable to each note of the long, wandering melody. Thus there grew up a new form of poem, non-metrical at the outset, which in later years became bound by stricter rules and which exercised a great influence upon secular poetry. In Notker's hands, it was wholly conditioned by the tune to which it was set. The one example of it that is widely known in this country is the funeral sequence, Media in Vita, in the midst of life, whether that is truly Notker's work or not. He is also famous as the author of the book of reminiscences of Charlemagne called Gesta Caroli, and long current simply as the work of the monk of St. Gall. It is now recognized as Notker's. Alas, we possess only a part of it, but what we have is one of the few books of the period which can really be read with pleasure. There is not much plan in it. It is in the main Notker's recollections of stories told to him in his youth by an old warrior Adalbert who had fought for the emperor, and by Adalbert's son Verembert, a cleric, and also by a third informant whose name has been lost with the preface and the third book of the Gesta. It was written down at the request of Charles the Fat, who, when staying at St. Gall in 883, had been greatly delighted with Notker's tales of his great-grandfather and his father. Almost all the picturesque anecdotes that we have of Charlemagne come from this book, tales of war and peace, of embassies from the East and what they brought, of the emperor's dealings with his clergy, behavior in church, dress, are to be found here, many doubtless true, others showing the beginning of a Charlemagne mythology. The loss of the third book is particularly exasperating, for in it were promised recollections of the hero's everyday conversation. Much more might be said of Notker, of his letters, his poems, his humor, his treatise on the study of the Fathers, a parallel to the institutions of Cassiodorus. But proportion must be observed, and we must bid farewell to a man both gifted and amiable. Our second St. Gall author is Echehard, the first of 5 persons of that name who are prominent in the abbey's annals. He died in 973. Early in life, he began the work by which he is deserved to be remembered, the short epic of Voltarius. It is a heroic tale, a single episode in a warrior's career. Voltarius escapes with his love from the Hungarian court in which both he and she were kept as hostages, is pursued and successfully defends himself against great odds. The story ends happily, and none of the Latin poems of all this age is better worth reading. There is little of the flavor of a school exercise about it, and there is a great deal of the freshness of the best romances in the vernacular. With the exception of the Gesta Caroli, most of the writings we have touched upon recently have been in verse. We will give a few paragraphs to some of the remaining poets. John the Deacon, a Roman, writing in 875, gives us a curious versification of a curious old piece called the Scena Cypriani, and mingles it with personal satire. The whole thing is a jeu d'esprit, written, as Lepotre has shown, on the occasion of the coronation of Charles the Bald at Rome, and was recited at a banquet where were present various notabilities, Anastasius the librarian among them, who are smartly hit off. Hucbald of St. Ammon's Eclogue, in praise of baldness, produced about 885, must be passed with averted eye. Every word of its 146 lines begins with the letter C. The early part of the 10th century gives us 2 anonymous books of some slight celebrity. The Gesta Berengari, a panegyric on that emperor by an Italian who knew some Greek, and the Ecbasis Captivi by a monk of Toul, the oldest beast epic of the Middle Ages. Animals are the actors, and tales in which they figure are woven together not without spirit. But more famous in respect of the sex of the writer and of the vehicle she has employed are the works of Rotsvitha, a nun of Gandersheim, who wrote about 960. They are collected into 3 books, whereof the first consists of poems on the lives of the Virgin and certain other saints. The grotesque legend of Gengulphus of Toul is among them. The second of 6 so-called comedies, the third of a short epic on Otto I, another on the origins of Gandersheim, is preserved separately. The comedies are the unusual feature. They are written in no strict meter, but in a rhythmical prose, and treat of episodes from saints' lives. They are avowedly intended to extol chastity, as a counterblast to the mischievous writings of Terence. We have here the earliest of Christian dramas, dramatic only in form, for Roswitha would never have sanctioned the acting of them, and as such they would in any case be interesting, but they are not without merit. Short and easily read, their plots are not ill-chosen, and the dialogue moves quickly. There is even a touch of humor here and there, as when, in Dulcetius, the Roman persecutor makes love to the pots and pans in the kitchen under the illusion of their being Christian girls and gets covered with soot. In one or two cases, the sources employed are interesting. The first poem of the first book deals with the life of the Virgin and the infancy of Christ, and is drawn from an apocryphal gospel in a text usually fathered upon Matthew, but here upon James, the Lord's brother. The second, on the Ascension, is from an unidentified Greek text translated by a bishop, John. One of the plays is an episode from the Acts of St. John the Evangelist. It must be said once again that this chapter is not a textbook or a history, but a survey of the literature of 2 centuries. So far, it has been mainly occupied with what by a stretch of language might be called belles letters, but these form only a small fraction of the whole bulk of writings which have come to us from the years 800 to 1000. To leave the rest unglanced at would be outrageous. 5 headings seem to comprise the greatest part of what it is really essential to notice: theology, hagiography leading over to history, the sciences and arts, and books in vernacular languages. End of section 74. Section 75 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. Learning and Literature till Pope Sylvester II. Part 4, by Montague, Rhodes, James. In the enormous department of theology, we find 2 great categories: commentaries on the Scriptures and controversial writings. Liturgy and homiletics we must leave untouched. From the commentators, we have a huge bulk of material, but with very few exceptions, it is wholly unoriginal. Like Bede, these men compiled from earlier authors. The Glossa Ordinaria, already noticed, is typical. Angelomus of Loxiel, Hamo of Halberstadt, Rabban Mauer are compilers of this class. For anything like originality, we must look to John the Scot and to Christianus Druthmarus of Stavelot, who wrote in 865 on St. Matthew's Gospel, but even he is distinguished rather by good sense than by brilliancy. 5 principal controversies occupied the minds and pens of the church writers. At the beginning of our period we have 2. The Adoptionist, in which Elipondus and Alcuin are the foremost figures, and the Iconoclastic. The latter produced a remarkable group of books. The Iconoclastic cause met much opposition, but also some support in the West. The Libri Carolini against images, written at the emperor's order, whether or no Alcuin had a hand in them is not settled, are the work of a well-read man who draws interesting illustrations from pagan mythology and contemporary works of art. Claudius, Bishop of Turin, was also a hot iconoclast in deed and in word. We have only extracts from the treatise he wrote, but we have replies to it from an Irishman, Dungal, and from Jonas of Orleans. Dungal, who quotes the Christian poets very largely, especially Paulinus of Nola, prefixes to his books some fragments from Claudius, and says that the whole work was 1/3 as long again as the Psalter, he seems to think that this aggravates the offense. The middle of the 9th century saw two more great disputes. One is that on predestination, in which the monk Gottschalk, who took the most rigid view, was forcibly silenced, scourged, and imprisoned by Hincmar of Reims, and written against by John the Scot and Paschasius Radbert of Corbie, to name only two of a large group. Radbert was a man of very wide reading and had one of the best libraries of the time at his command. He is one of the very few who quote Irenaeus against heresies. The other dispute concerned the Eucharist. Radbert is here again to the fore in defense of the view which, developed, is the faith of Rome. Rothram, also of Corbie, wrote in a strain which made the reformers of the 16th century claim him as an early champion on their side. We have other interesting matter from Rothram's pen, a treatise against the errors of the Greeks, and a letter to one Rimbert, who had inquired what was the proper view to take of the race of cynocephaly, tribes of dog-headed men believed to inhabit parts of Africa. St. Christopher, it is not generally realized, was of this race, and the conversion of one of them is also related in the Eastern Acts of Saints Andrew and Bartholomew. Rothram, who does not cite these examples, answers Rimbert with good sense. If what is reported of the cynocephaly is borne out by facts, they must be looked upon as reasonable and redeemable beings. The controversy with the Greeks is the fifth and last of these to be mentioned here. Besides Rothram's book, there is an important contribution to it by Aeneas of Paris. To hagiography, the Carolingian Renaissance gave an immense stimulus. The founding of a multitude of abbeys and the building of great churches and the stocking of them with relics of ancient martyrs, begged, bought, or stolen from Rome, were operative causes. Lienhart's story of the translation of Saints Marcellinus and Peter is one classic to which relic hunting gave birth. Rudolph of Fulda's about St. Alexander is another, this last because passages from the Germania of Tacitus are embodied in it. There was, besides, the natural wish to possess a readable life of many a patron saint whose doings had been forgotten or else were only chronicled in barbarous Latin of the 7th century. Lives invented or rewritten in response to this wish bulk very large in the Acta Sanctorum. Not unimportant are the versified passions and lives which perhaps begin with Prudentius and Paulinus of Nola and are carried on by Fortunatus, St. Martin, Bede, St. Cuthbert, Hyric, St. Germanus, Nodker, St. Gall, and a whole host of anonymi. All these, fiction or fact, have their interest, but are of course much inferior to the rare contemporary biographies such as those of St. Boniface by Willibrord and of St. Anchar by Rimbert. The mention of these leads naturally to the single biographies of uncanonized persons. Charlemagne, we have seen, is the subject of the two best. Those of Louis the Pious by the Astronomus and by Thagan have nothing of the charm and skill of Lienhart and Notker. Nearest to them is a British writing, the first to be mentioned after a long interval of silence, Asser's Life of Alfred. Of others, that of Eigil by Candidus, a folded production of about 840, and that of John of Gors by Abbot John of Metz have distinct interest. Agnelis's collections on the archbishops of Ravenna, full of archaeological lore, 839, and some of the lives of popes in the Liber Pontificalis, perhaps due to the pen of Anastasius the librarian, supply us with many facts we are glad to have, but do not pretend to be artistic biographies. History writing takes three other principal forms. There is the World Chronicle, of which Fricolphus of Lisieux and Regino of Prume, near Treves, and later Marianus Scotus give examples. There are the Annals, commonly connected with a religious establishment, such as those of Lorsch, and there is the Episodic, telling of some particular campaign or the rise of some great church. To this last class belongs Nitardus, died 844, natural son of Angilbert by Charlemagne's daughter Bertha, and successor, ultimately, to his father as lay abbot of St. Ricoeur. He writes 4 short books in clear and simple prose on Louis the Pious and the quarrels of Lothar, Charles the Bald, and Louis the German, a strictly contemporary record. Incidentally, he is preserved by transcribing the terms of the Oath of Strasbourg, the oldest piece of French and one of the oldest pieces of German which we have. The Church of Rheims had 2 historians. Flodord, also author of some immense poems, begins in the mists of antiquity and carries the story down to about 966. Richer, whose book is extant, at Bamberg, in the author's autograph, dedicates his history to Gerbert. He devotes small space to early history and much to his own time. His narrative ends in 995. Widukind of Corvey is another name that cannot be passed over. His Gesta Saxonum in 4 books run to the year 973, but by the 16th chapter of the first book he has reached 880, so that his also must rank as a history of his own time. Of all these chroniclers and observers, Luitprand of Cremona is by far the smartest. His spiteful pictures of the Byzantine court are not easily to be paralleled. He has a real turn for satire and for vivid description, and the gaps in his text are very much to be deplored. Of those who treat of the arts and sciences, the grammarians are probably the most numerous. I have renounced the idea of noticing each Irishman or Frank who has left us an Rs, but I would find a place here for mention of 2 epistles, separated in time by a full century, which are largely grammatical in subject and epistolary only in form. They serve mainly as displays of their author's reading. One is by Ermenrich of Ellwangen to Grimoald of St. Gall, 854. The other by Gunzo of Navarro to the monks of Reichenau, 965, apropos of a monk of St. Gall who had rashly criticized his Latin. They are tedious compositions, but have their importance. The writers on geography are few. De Seal, an Irishman, 825, draws largely upon ancient sources, but adds something about Iceland and the Faroe Islands that depends upon the observations of compatriots who had been there. The famous voyages of Othere and Wulfstan, inserted by Alfred into his Orosius, though they are in the vernacular, must find mention under this head. Other quasi-geographers are the translators of Alexander's letter to Aristotle and other matter on the marvels of the East. They probably fall within our period, but the best copies we have of them, Anglo-Saxon versions illustrated with pictures, may be of the 11th century. Medicine meant chiefly materia medica, collections of recipes and spells, the Latin version of Dioscorides, and the recipes and charms current under the names of Apuleius and Sextus Placidus were prime authorities. Little new work was produced. No idea of the progress made in music can be given, but by a specialist. It must suffice here to name Notgar, Hogar, and Hochbald of St. Amand as the leading exponents. Astronomy and mathematics remain. Both were ancillary to church purposes, the settling of the calendar and especially the determination of Easter. Bedes were the textbooks which were perhaps found most useful generally, and that of Helperic of Auxerre, circa 850, had a wide circulation. But we may neglect every name that appears in connection with mathematics in favor of that of Gerbert of Aurillac, who died as Pope Sylvester II in 1003. He is the last really outstanding figure. Everything that he wrote and did has distinction, and he demands a somewhat extended notice. Born at Aurillac, Cantal, he spent the years 967 to 970 in Spain with Hato, Archbishop of Vich. From 970 to 972, he was with the emperor. For the next 10 years, 972 to 982, he was master of the cathedral school at Rheims, and Richard devotes many pages to telling us what he taught there. In 982, he was made abbot of Bobbio, the literary treasures of which were no doubt a great attraction to him. In 991, he became Archbishop of Reims, in 998 of Ravenna. In the following year, he passed to the chair of Peter. His political activities, which were great, we will pass over, and deal only with his literary interests, as they are revealed in his letters and in other sources. The letters most instructive from this point of view are mostly written from Bobbio. To Archbishop Adalbero of Reims he says, "Procure me the history of Julius Caesar from Adso, abbot of Montierender, to be copied, if you want me to furnish you with what I have, viz., the 8 books of Bathius on astrology and some splendid geometrical diagrams." To Abbot Giselbert, quote, "The philosopher Demosthenes wrote a book on the diseases and treatment of the eyes called Ophthalmicus. I want the beginning of it, if you have it, and also the end of Cicero pro reg Diotaro." End quote. Lienhart, a monk, is asked for M. Manlius de Astrologia, who is thought by Habit not to be the poet Manilius, but Boethius, and for some other books. Stephen, a Roman deacon, is to send Suetonius and Symmachus. The art of persuasive oratory is of the greatest practical utility. With a view to it, I am hard at work collecting a library, and have spent very large sums at Rome and in other parts of Italy, and in Germany and the Belgian country, on scribes and on copies of books. To a monk of Treves, quote, "I am too busy to send you the sphere you ask for. Your best chance of getting it is to send me a good copy of the Achilles of Statius." End quote. The monk sent the poem, but the sphere was again withheld. Such extracts show the catholicity of Gerbert's tastes. Richard tells the same tale. He runs through the 7 liberal arts and shows what methods and books Gerbert used in teaching each of them. In mathematics, his chief innovation seems to have been the revival of the use of the abacus for calculations and the employment in connection with it of an early form of the Arabic, really Indian, numerals from 1 to 9 without the 0. He also wrote on mathematical subjects, though perhaps no signal discovery stands to his credit. Besides all this, he was a practical workman. William of Malmesbury describes in rather vague terms an organ made by him, which was to all appearance actuated by steam. To the same excellent author and to Walter Map we owe all the best of the many legends that have gathered about Gerbert, of the treasure he found at Rome, guided to it by the statue whose forehead was inscribed, "Strike here," of the fairy whom he met in the forest near Reims, and of his death. He, like Henry IV of England, was not to die but in Jerusalem. His Jerusalem was the Basilica of St. Croce in Jerusalem at Rome. It may be worthwhile to end this sketch of him with a correction. We are commonly told that the 6th or 7th century Uncio manuscript of the Scriptores Grammatici, the Roman writers on land measurement, which is now at Wolfenbüttel, and is known as the Codex Arcerianus, was Gerbert's. This is denied by his latest editor, Bubnov, though he allows that the book was at Bobbio in the 10th century. Our last topic is that of books in vernacular. For practical purposes, this unscientific expression means the Celtic and Teutonic families of speech. Our period has nothing to show for the Romance languages. Most of what it seemed needful to say about Celtic literature in connection with learning has found a place in the chapter preceding this. It must be borne in mind that the evolution of fresh native literatures independent of learning transmitted by books is foreign to our subject. The fact that the really native product is in itself the best worth reading is irrelevant here. Famous poems such as the Táin Bó Cúailnge and Beowulf and the Dream of the Rood therefore have to be passed over, and such parts of the old northern corpus of poetry as critics allow to be anterior to the year 1000. Infinitely the largest place in these 2 centuries is occupied by the Anglo-Saxon writings. A certain number of poems assigned to the latter part of the 8th century are on themes derived from books. The Andreas of the Vercelli manuscript is from a text which is only forthcoming in scanty fragments of Latin, though we have it in Greek. There was once also a poem on the adventures of St. Thomas in India, but it has disappeared. It was too fabulous for Ælfric to use as the basis of his homily on the Apostle. Other acts of saints are drawn upon in the poems called Eileen and Juliana. We have not the original that lies behind the dialogue of Salomon and Saturn, but there was one, presumably in Latin, and a strange book it must have been. The Phoenix is in part at least a rendering of a poem attributed to Lactantius. One of the Genesis poems, that which is called Genesis B, and has been said to be anglicized from Old Saxon, is held to be under obligations to the poems of Alcimus Avitus. The 9th century homilies of the Vercelli and Blickling manuscripts, as has been said, present versions of and allusions to the Apocalypse of Thomas. The source oftenest employed for sermons is not unnaturally the homily book of Gregory the Great, to whom Christian England owed so much. The end of the same century sees King Alfred's work. He puts into the hands of his clergy and people Gregory, Orosius, Bede, and Boethius, and infuses into Orosius and Boethius something of his own great spirit. He did not seek to make his people or his priests erudite, but to fit them for the common duties of their lives. We find little curious learning in what he wrote or ordered to be written, and in the work of Ælfric, nearly 100 years later, I seem to see an equally sober and practical, yet not prosaic mind. His sermons, whether he is paraphrasing Gregory on the Sunday Gospels or is telling the story of a saint from his Acts, appear to be exactly fitted to their purpose of leading simple men in the right way. Skill in narrative, beauty of thought, goodness of soul are there. Whatever Ælfric it was who composed the colloquy for schoolboys, he too was gifted with sympathy and freshness. It gives some pictures of ordinary life and manners which have long been popular, and with good reason. Of some books and fragments which concern matters not theological, it is hard to say whether they fall just within or just outside our period. Such are the medical receipts, the leechdoms, and the descriptions of Eastern marvels already alluded to. Such, too, the dream books, the weather prognostics, the version of the story of Apollonius of Tyre. Bert Firth of Ramsey, almost the only author of this class whose name has survived, wrote partly in Latin and partly in the vernacular upon computus, calendarial science, shortly before the year 1000, when he anticipates the loosing of Satan. There was a time when it would have been proper to say that important remains of Welsh poetry far older than A.D. 1000 were in existence. That time is past, and it is recognized that the poems of Taliesin and the rest are not of the first age. Glosses and small fragments of verse are the oldest things we have in Welsh. Ireland has more, but of the documents, so far as they have not been noticed already, which bear on learning, a great many can only be dated by the linguistic experts, and unanimity is no more the rule among the scholars than among the politicians of the Celts. There are, it has been said, Irish versions of the Aethiopica of Heliodorus, of the Thebaid of Statius, and of the Odyssey. To the first, no date is assigned. It is not in print, and for all one can tell, it may have been made from a printed edition. The second appears to be a medieval abstract in prose. The only published text that represents the third is a short prose tale. It has some traits, as of the dog of Odysseus recognizing him, which are not derivable from Latin sources and read like distorted recollections of the Greek, but the main course of the story is wholly un-Homeric, nor is it claimed as falling within our period. I cite this as a specimen of exaggerations that are current. They are wholly uncalled for. Nobody doubts the reality of the ancient learning of Ireland. It is safe to predict that sober and critical research will not lessen but increase our sense of the debt which the modern world owes, first to Ireland and after her to Britain, as the preservers and transmitters of the wisdom of old time. I end this chapter, as I began it, with these islands, and as I write, just such a storm hangs over them as that which, breaking, drove Alcuin from their shores 11 centuries ago. And just such destruction is being wrought in the old homes of learning, Corby and St. Ricaire, Leon and Rheims, as the Vikings wrought then. But the destroyers of today are no Vikings. They are, and the more is the pity, men of a race which has done a vast deal for learning, that has brought to light things new and old. They are undoing their own work now. They have robbed the world of beauties and delights that never can be given back. It will be long before any of the nations can forgive Germany. Longer still, I earnestly hope, before she can forgive herself. End of section 75.
Section 76 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. Byzantine and Romanesque Arts, Part 1, by W.R. Lethaby. When Constantine rebuilt the city which we still call Constantinople as a new Rome in the East, doubtless mixed methods in architecture were resorted to. The more important buildings of his official architects must have been in the current Roman manner. Secondary buildings and ordinary dwellings would, however, have been constructed according to local customs, and a modified style must soon have resulted here, as earlier had been the case in Alexandria and in other Greek and Roman cities of the East. The latter Roman architecture became more and more changed through these contacts with the East, not only in structure but in the decorations and the underlying ideals which governed both. It is this mixed product which formed the Byzantine architecture and has been so named by modern students from the old name of the new capital of the empire. As through recent explorations we come to know more of the building modes practiced in Egypt, North Africa, Syria, Asia Minor, and Mesopotamia, that is, throughout Eastern Christendom, it becomes increasingly difficult to cover them all with the one narrow word, Byzantine. In Syria, for instance, the builders had much fine stone at command, but little or no brick or timber, and here, in consequence, everything architectural tended to be turned to stone. In Constantinople, the common stone was a good, easily cutting white marble, and this was liberally used in association with excellent burnt bricks of thin, flat shape. In Egypt, there was little fine limestone and much mud for bricks, which were frequently, for secondary purposes, used in an unburnt condition. The term Byzantine properly applies to the style of building developed in the new imperial capital, but some such word as Byzantesque seems to be required to describe inclusively those many varieties of building practiced in the Christian East, which were yet more or less the members of a common tradition. In the 4th century, when the new capital was built, the style was still Roman, and the point of view was mainly pagan. Byzantine architecture developed step by step as the empire became Christianized, and 200 years later, during the reign of Justinian, the Byzantine style was fully established. We may put the emergence of the style about the middle of the 5th century, that is, halfway between the reigns of Constantine and Justinian. In the East, from a very early time, ordinary building works were, for the most part, done with sun-dried mud bricks. In hot, dry countries, this forms a fairly good material. Besides the use of crude bricks, there had come down a still simpler way of building by aggregations of clay. The mud, even when subdivided into crude bricks, adhered so thoroughly when put together in a mass with liquid mud in the joints, that a type of structure was developed which was homogeneous, the roofs and floors being of the same materials as the walls, and continuous with them. The chambers, large or small, were cells in a mass material. Such a method of building was common to the valleys of the Nile and the great rivers of Western Asia. Burnt bricks were in turn developed from mud bricks by an extension of the method found so successful in making pottery. Such bricks were often used for special purposes in combination with the crude bricks from an early time. The building forms made use of in typical Byzantine architecture largely depended on the use of brick, which may be regarded as the bringing together of small units well cemented so as to form continuous walls and vaults. Burnt bricks were usually set in so much mortar, the bricks being thin and the joints thick, that the whole became a sort of built concrete. The mortar in a wall, in fact, must frequently have been much more in quantity than the bricks. Arising doubtless out of primitive ways of forming mud roofs, it became customary later to construct vaults of mud bricks and then of burnt bricks by leaning the courses against an end wall, so that the vault was gradually drawn forward from the end of a given chamber in inclined layers. Each layer was thus supported by the part already done, and no centering was required. Domes came to be erected in a somewhat similar way, a rod or a cord being attached to the center so as to be readily turned in any direction. A dome was reared on its circular base, a course at a time, the curvature being determined by the length of the rod or cord. About 1670, Dr. Clavell described this method of procedure, and it is still practiced in the East, although skilled dome builders are now but few. If a dome is not set over a circle, but over an octagon or a square, a troublesome question arises in regard to the angles. Where the chamber is small, and especially in the case of the octagonal form, the work can easily be jutted out at angles so as roughly to conform to the circular base required for the dome. When, however, a square area is large, some regular solution becomes necessary. The angles of the square may be cut off by diagonal arches so as to form an octagon. If such arches are so built as to continue back into the angles forming little vaults on a triangular base, they are called squinches. In such cases as these, the base of the dome is governed by the width across the chamber. But it is possible to plan a dome on the diagonal dimensions of the area to be covered, so as to spring out of the angles. In this case, it is clear that the dome, as seen from within, gradually expands from the four lowest points and spreads on the walls as it grows upward, forming concave triangles having curved lines against the four walls. These pieces of the domical surface running down into the angles are called pendentives. When the circular basis required for the dome is formed by these pendentives, it is possible to set a complete semi-spherical dome on them, and there will be a break in the curvature where such a dome springs from the pendentives, or it is possible to carry on the curvature of the pendentives, forming, in this case, a flatter dome with the surface continuous to the angles. The first would be a dome on pendentives, and the other we might call a pendentive dome. Again, a third variety is obtained by building a circular ring of wall, a drum, above the pendentives, and on that dome at a higher level. This was a later fashion. It is rather difficult to see the geometry of all this without a model. But if an apple be cut into halves, and then one half is laid on its cut surface, and four vertical cuts are made in pairs opposite to one another, so as to reduce the circular base to a square, we shall obtain a model of a dome with continuous pendentives. The methods of building ordinary vaults with inclined courses, as described above, were practiced in Egypt in the early dynasties, and also in Mesopotamia. Evidence is accumulating which suggests that domes, even domes with pendentives, were used in these countries long before the Christian era. A dome with pendentives has been found over an Egyptian tomb, which seems to have been built about 1500 years BC. When Alexander built his new Greek capital in Egypt, it must have been a city of brick buildings covered with vaults, save for a few chief structures which were built in the usual manner of Greek temples. A Latin author, writing about the year 50 BC, says that the houses of Alexandria were put together without timber, being constructed with vaults covered over with concrete or stone slabs. The scarcity of timber in Egypt, the cause behind the development of vaulted structures, is again brought before us in a letter written by St. Gregory to Eulogius, the Patriarch of Alexandria, in regard to timber which was sent to him all the way from Italy. It was doubtless from the new Hellenistic capital, and possibly from Western Asia as well, that the art of building vaulted structures spread to Pompeii and Rome. Later, it was almost certainly from Alexandria that Constantinople obtained the more developed traditions of brick building by which it was possible to erect the great church of St. Sophia. It seems to be equally true that decorative ideas and processes were largely derived from Alexandria. In addition to facts mentioned in the first volume, reference may be made to a painted catacomb chamber at Palmyra, illustrated by Strugotsky, who assigned it to the 3rd century. Amongst the subjects are victories carrying medallions like those on consular ivories of the 5th century. There are also panels representing geometrical arrangements of marble and a cornice imitating medallions in a formal perspective on the flat. This is practically identical with a cornice band made up of flat morsels of marble of different colors at Salonika. At Ravenna, again, there are angels in mosaic, which are certainly derived, as Strugotsky himself pointed out, from such medallion-bearing victories as those of Palmyra. Alexandria would be the best common center for places so far apart as Salonika, Ravenna, and Palmyra, and the painted catacomb at the latter place may be taken to represent Alexandrian art of the 5th century. Catacomb burial itself most probably originated in Alexander's city. Recent explorations in Asia reveal how wide was the saturation of late Hellenistic and early Christian art in the East. Alexandria was the great emporium for distributing works of art over the civilized world. 2 early churches, both perhaps of the 5th century, may be taken as types, one of the circular plan and the other of the basilican. The former, the Church of St. George at Salonika, is a domed rotunda having a very thick wall in which a series of recesses are, as it were, excavated, while a bema with an apse projects to the eastward. The circular nave thus follows the tradition of many Roman tomb buildings, as, for instance, that of St. Helena at Rome. This constitutes, indeed, the martyrian type of church. The rotunda of Salonika may be earlier than the bema attached to it, and may have been erected in the 4th century. The masonry of the wall is of small stones with bonding courses of brick, a late Roman fashion. The dome, which is about 80 feet in diameter, was encrusted within with mosaics of which a large portion still remain. 8 great panels contained martyrs standing in front of architectural facades. These are, it may be supposed, the courts of paradise. The saints are in an attitude of prayer, and some ivories show St. Minas of Alexandria in a similar way. One of these ivories has the background filled by an architectural composition which is remarkably like those of the Salonika mosaics. Here are round pediments filled with shells, lamps hanging between pairs of columns, curtains drawn back, and birds. Mr. Dalton has spoken of the architectural facades which derive from the scenes of the theater as, quote, in a Pompeian style, end quote, and has remarked that the free use of jeweled ornament on columns and arches is an Oriental feature. It is not to be doubted that these mosaics derive from the art of Alexandria. The recesses of the interior are also covered with mosaic. This church must have been a wonderfully beautiful work. The dome is covered externally by a low-pitched roof. The basilican church mentioned above is St. John of the Studion at Constantinople, which was built about 463 and is now in a terribly ruined condition. It is rather short and wide, and had 2 stories of marble columns on either hand, the lower tier supporting a molded marble beam forming the front of a gallery floor, and the upper tier aiding to carry the roof. A really structural gallery of this kind is a beautiful feature. The most perfect part of this church is now the columnar front of the narthex. The columns and entablature are of marble, elaborately carved. This carving, in accordance with the principle, which afterwards became still more marked, is sharply cut into the general block form of the mouldings and capitals. The serrated edges of the leaves are in sharp triangular forms, and details are accentuated with holes formed by a drill. On the white marble and under the bright light, this delicately fretted surface decoration tells like pierced work. Indeed, a little later, it became customary to undercut much of the surface patterns, so that the capitals were surrounded by a thin layer of pierced pattern work, only attached here and there to the background. The result was often wonderfully vivid and delightful. Marble door frames were set between the columns of the narthex, forming a screen. This, like all such expediments in Byzantine architecture, is done in a perfectly direct and simple manner. Without pretense and without bungling, the builders did what was required in a free and great way. But it was done in noble materials under the guidance of a fine tradition. Byzantine architecture at its best gives us a romantic feeling of freedom with a classical sense of order. It followed a law of liberty. Another typical building is the church of Saints Sergius and Bacchus at Constantinople, built about 526. The plan of the central area is an octagon with semicircular recesses projecting from the alternate sides. There are 8 strong piers, but the interspaces are set with columns which bear a marble entablature, forming a gallery beam which follows the tradition just described. The outer walls form a square, from which to the eastward projects the apse of the bema. The central area is covered by a dome, which is protected by leadwork, but not by any independent roof. The church of St. Vitale at Ravenna closely resembles that of Saints Sergius and Bacchus, but it has hemicycles of columns projecting from every side of the octagon, except where the bema opens to the east. Both these churches were built before Justinian essayed the colossal task at St. Sophia, which became one of the greatest building triumphs in the whole history of architecture. The reign of Justinian was a time of astonishing architectural activity. Nothing of the kind was to be experienced again until the 12th and 13th centuries, marked by the erection of countless cathedrals, another flood time of art. The superb plan of St. Sophia must have been led up to by a great number of experiments in smaller churches, many of which have been destroyed unrecorded. The church of Sergiopolis, the ruins of which still exist, has great hemicycles of columns on either side of the nave, and Wolff has recorded 2 fragmentary plans from ruined churches at Trales, one of which had some affinity with the church at Sergiopolis, while the other had a great apse from which 5 apsidal niches projected. Then again, the churches of St. Irene and of the Holy Apostles, the latter of which was later than St. Sophia, were both experiments in form and in the equilibrium of domes. The Church of Christ, the Holy Wisdom, St. Sophia, at Constantinople, has from the moment of its erection been the most famous church in the world. It was only a century old when Arcuff brought an account of it to the West, and from that day to this, its reputation has been unchallenged. It was the supreme effort of the greatest emperor-builder of the Christian era. It seems to be more individual and more original, and less related to other buildings of its kind in scale, power, and splendor than is any other great architectural work. As M. Trousset has said, quote, "It is a conception marvelous in its audacity. The science of effect, the arts of counterpoise, and of noble decoration can be pushed no further." End quote. This wonderful structure was begun on the 15th of January, 532. It was completed in 6 years and dedicated at Christmas, 537, an astonishing effort. The dome soon fell, but it was rebuilt and the church was rededicated at Christmas, 563. It is a vast domed hall, surrounded by other halls forming aisles and having 2 stories, while the central area rises to the dome. The more organic parts of the structure, like the columns, door, and window frames, are all of porphyry and of marbles, some white, some colored. All the rest is rough brickwork, entirely covered over within by a precious plating of fine marbles and mosaics of patternwork and figures on gold backgrounds. There must be whole acres of these incrustations of marble and mosaic. Procopius says, quote, "The entire vaulting is covered with gold, but its beauty is even surpassed by the marbles which reflect back its splendor." End quote. On the exterior, the structure is bare and plain. It was probably partially sheeted with marble. The great windows are filled with marble lattices. The domes are covered with lead applied directly on the brickwork. The central dome was much flatter as first built than it is at present. Expanse rather than height was aimed at. In front of the church was a great square court surrounded by arcades, and many other enclosures full of trees formed quiet precincts around the cathedral. From the description of the court poet, Paul the Silentiary, recited in 563, at the opening ceremony after the fallen dome had been rebuilt, we may form some picture of the splendor of the great building when complete with all its necessary furniture. The stalls of the priests in the apse were plated with silver. The iconostasis was also of silver, while the altar was of gold, set with precious stones and sheltered by a ciborium, or canopy, of silver. Quote, "A silver tower on 4-fold arches and columns, furnished with an 8-sided pyramid, a globe and cross above, wrought with many a loop of twining acanthus." End quote. On the central axis, in front of the iconostasis, was the ambo, having a flight of steps to the east and another to the west. It rose from the midst of a circular screen of columns, which enclosed also the place for the singers. On the beam which rested on the columns stood many standards bearing lamps like trees. On the elevated floor of this ambo, the emperors were crowned. It was the prototype of the pulpitum set up at Westminster, where the English kings were crowned. Quote, "Who shall describe the fields of marble gathered on the pavement and lofty walls of the church? Fresh green from Charistus, and many-colored Phrygian stone of rose and white, or deep red and silver. Porphyry powdered with bright spots, green of emerald from Sparta, and Isian marble with waving veins of blood red on white, streaked red stone from Lydia, and crocus-colored marble from the hills of the Moors. Celtic stone like milk poured out on glittering black, the precious onyx like as if gold were shining through it, and the fresh green from the land of Atrax, a mingled harmony of shining surfaces. The mason also has fitted together thin pieces of marble, figuring intertwining curves bearing fruit and flowers, with, here and there, a bird sitting on the twigs. Such adornment surrounds the church above the columns. The capitals are carved with the barbed points of graceful acanthus, but the vaulted roof is covered over with many a little square of gold, from which the rays streaming down strike the eyes, so that men can scarcely bear to look." End quote. The church was dedicated and rededicated at Christmas, and the axis of the church points exactly to the point of sunrise on Christmas Day. It must have been at the very moment of sunrise that the doors of the completed church were thrown open. The poet says, quote, "At last the holy morn had come, and the great door of the new-built temple ground on its opening hinges. And when the first beam of rosy light, driving away the shadows, leapt from arch to arch, all the princes and people hymned their song of praise and prayer, and it seemed as if the mighty arches were set in heaven." End quote. The architects were 2 artists from Asia Minor, Anthemius of Tralles and Isidorus of Miletus. They were the most famous builders of the age, and Anthemius, with a younger Isidorus, nephew of the other, is said to have built also the Church of the Holy Apostles. The square area covered by the central dome of St. Sophia is more than 100 feet in each direction. It is prolonged east and west by two vast semicircles, making a length of considerably more than 200 feet. From the eastern semicircle open 3 smaller apses, and to the west open 2 apses and a central square compartment. All this is unobstructed area, one colossal chamber. At the sides of the square central space and around the 4 corner apses stand magnificent monolithic columns of porphyry and of marble, green spotted with white. These columns, with their arches, support the gallery floor above the aisles. Over them again rise other columns, which bear the lateral walls supporting the dome. The dome itself is pierced around its base by 40 windows through which a flood of light pours into the vast space. On the pendentives are still 4 colossal, 6-winged cherubim of mosaic, which probably formed part of the first decoration. Similar creatures are painted in the nearly contemporary manuscript of Cosmos the Traveler. The dome probably had a figure of Christ in a circle at the summit, and the rest of its surface sprinkled with stars. Right and left on the vault of the bema are still 2 great angels with wings which reach to their feet. On the vault of the apse itself are also some remains, although much injured and now obscured by paint, of a large figure of a seated Virgin holding in her arms the Savior, who gives the benediction. Probably these are works executed after the iconoclastic interval. Anthony, a Russian pilgrim, circa 1200, says that Lazarus, the image painter, first painted in the sanctuary of St. Sophia the Virgin with Christ in her arms and 2 angels. Now, a celebrated artist of this name was one of those who suffered at the iconoclastic persecution. He was imprisoned and tortured, but he survived to replace over the great gate of the palace, called Chels, the image of Christ. Bayat, who quotes the story from the Life of Theophilus, speaks of this with some doubt as a monastic legend. This very figure, however, is mentioned within 50 years of the time required in an edict of Leo the Wise, known as the Book of the Prefect. In this it is ordained that the perfumers of the city should have their shops between the Million and the, quote, venerated image of Christ, which surmounts the portico of Chels, to the end that the incense should rise towards the image, end quote. Further, Dr. Walsh, who was chaplain to our embassy at the port about 1820, writes in a little book entitled Essays on Ancient Coins, quote, there stood till very late in Constantinople an inscription over the gate of the palace called Chels. Under a large cross sculptured over the entrance to the palace were the following words, quote, the emperor cannot endure that Christ should be represented, graphis, a mute and lifeless image graven on earthly materials, but Leo and his young son Constantine have at their gates engraved the thrice blessed representation of the cross, the glory of believing monarchs. Close interior quote, end quote. A plain cross had evidently replaced the original image. Later, possibly under Michael II, a crucifix was again placed over the gateway. Doubtless a similar alteration was made in St. Sophia and other churches, and of one of these we still have ample evidence. The fine conch over the apse of the church of St. Irene in Constantinople has only a large plain cross, erect on a stepped base, set on a gold background. In St. Sophia at Salonika there is a similar plain cross over the apse, and both these are almost certainly of the iconoclastic period. After this short description of the central classical example of Byzantine art, St. Sophia, Constantinople, it is impossible to attempt any account of other individual buildings. At Salonika there is a wonderful group of churches, including the superb Basilica of St. Demetrius. In Asia Minor, there are a great number of ruined churches, many of which must have been built during the reign of Justinian. One important group of ruins comprising a monastery and a palace, Khazir ibn Wardan, has only recently been discovered. The church in Assaria, described by Dr. A.C. Headlam, is now famous as a step in development. Later researches by Sir William Ramsay and Miss Bell, and the German excavations at Priene, Miletus, and Ephesus have brought to light an immense body of new material. Syria is crowded with ruined churches, many of which were built in the great 6th century. A well-equipped American expedition, which lately worked over the ground, has added greatly to our knowledge of this period. Still further east in Mesopotamia and Armenia, there are many interesting buildings, some of which are still used for Christian worship. In Egypt and the Sudan, the Christian ruins are at last receiving attention, and an Austrian expedition has excavated the convent of St. Minas near Alexandria. The excavations at Bawit and Saqqara have brought to light a wonderful series of capitals and other sculptured stones. Many of these seem to be prototypes of forms well known in Constantinople and Ravenna. One or two second-rate capitals of this kind have recently been added to the British Museum, but the best have gone to Berlin, where there is a very fine collection of Christian art, and to Boston. To the age of Justinian belong the monastery and church of St. Catherine under Mount Sinai, where still, as when Procopius wrote, quote, "Monks dwell, whose life is only a careful study of death." End quote. It is a compact square fort, surrounded by high walls, within which is a large church half filling up the space, the rest being occupied by a few narrow lanes of small dwellings. The Egyptian monasteries are of this type, and that of Sinai was doubtless built by masters from Egypt. The plan of the church has an Egyptian characteristic in a chapel across the east end, outside the apse. The church is basilican, with granite columns and a wooden roof. On the old timbers were found 3 inscriptions, which showed that the monastery was finished between 548 and 562. In the apse is a much injured mosaic of the Transfiguration, which is probably of the age of the church. Besides a celebrated enameled door, which probably dates from the 11th century, are some carved wooden doors, which de Bailly thinks belonged to the original work. The inscriptions spoken of above mention Justinian, quote, "our defunct Empress Theodora," end quote, and Alicios the architect. End of section 76.
Section 77 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. Byzantine and Romanesque Arts, Part 2, by W.R. Lethaby. During the last generation, an enormous body of evidence for Christian art in North Africa has been recorded by French scholars. One of the latest discoveries is a beautiful baptistry at Timgad, which had the floor and the basin of the font with its curb wall continuously covered with mosaic. It may be mentioned here that parts of a mosaic floor, from what must have been a baptistry at Carthage, are now in the British Museum. This shows a stag and a hind drinking from the waters of paradise, recalling the verse, quote, "as the hart panteth after the water brooks," end quote. On the shores of the Adriatic and in Italy are many pure Byzantine works of the 6th century. One is the splendid Basilica of Parenzo, with its atrium and baptistry complete. It has a great number of beautiful carved capitals which were certainly imported from Constantinople. There are also some fine mosaics. The most remarkable of these is one covering the external surface of the west wall above the atrium roof. It showed the Majesty enthroned amidst the 7 candlesticks. This may remind us that Justinian encrusted the west external wall of the Basilica of the Holy Nativity at Bethlehem with the great mosaic of the birth of Christ. Such external mosaics were quite common on Byzantine churches. At Parenzo, as also at Ravenna, and in St. Sophia itself, there is much ornamental plastering of the 6th century. At Ravenna is a large group of buildings, some of the age of Justinian, others both earlier and later. San Vitale has already been mentioned. The delightful small cruciform tomb chapel of Galla Placidia has some 5th century mosaics. There are also 2 large baptistries and 2 magnificent basilican churches with their splendid mosaics. Here also is the very curious tomb of Theodoric, with its monolithic covering shaped like a low dome. One of the chief treasures preserved in this city is a superb ivory throne, a work of the 5th century, with panels carved with subjects from the Old and New Testaments. This is almost certainly an Alexandrian work. Somewhat similar panels preserved at Cambridge and in other museums suggest that more than one of such thrones had been made. In Rome, there are several remnants from the age of Justinian, chief amongst which are the choir enclosures of San Clemente. At Milan, on the north side of San Lorenzo, is a beautiful chapel with mosaics and apsidal recesses. One is of Christ and the Apostles, which is executed in a very gray scheme of color, largely black and white, with some blue and green. The nimbus of Christ is white. Although so simple, these mosaics are most beautiful. At Naples, there is a baptistry with very fine but fragmentary mosaics, which date perhaps from the end of the 5th century. Byzantine mosaic decoration was one of the noblest art forms ever developed. Enormous areas were covered by perfectly coherent and coordinated schemes of pictorial teaching, and a solemn majesty was unerringly attained, while the splendor of the gold backgrounds suffused the whole with a glowing atmosphere. The types of Christian imagery which are found in the Byzantine mosaics of the 5th and 6th centuries were probably drawn from Egyptian Christian sources. It has been suggested that these types may have originated in Palestine, and that the paintings and mosaics of the great churches built there by Constantine largely influenced the schemes of imagery in the rest of Christendom may not be doubted. It is improbable, however, that Palestine was a school of iconographical invention, whereas Egypt seems to have been a glowing hearth of pictorial activity from the Hellenistic age onwards. Early Christian iconography must have been developed at an active Hellenistic center. Jerusalem was hardly this, and Palestinian art for the most part must have been an offshoot of that of Alexandria. It is probable that painted rolls and books were the chief sources from which the types to become familiar in paintings and mosaics were spread abroad. The codex form of book, which seems at an early time to have become specially associated with Christian literature, was almost certainly an Egyptian innovation. According to Sir Maunde Thompson, codices of vellum of the 3rd century and earlier have been found in Egypt, and this form of manuscript, quote, was gradually thrusting its way into use in the 1st centuries of our era. The book form was favored by the early Christians. In the 4th century, the struggle between the roll and the codex was finished. End quote. Some fine book bindings, which may even be as early as the 6th century, have lately been found in Egypt. The noble Codex Alexandrinus of the 5th century, now in the British Museum, is an Egyptian book. So also, almost certainly, is the once beautiful but now almost destroyed pictured book of Genesis called the Cotton Bible. The writing of this volume is very like that of the Codex Alexandrinus and of a great number of papyrus fragments. It also seems to date from the 5th century, and furthermore its pictures have some affinities with others in an Alexandrian chronicle of the world on papyrus, which has been published by Stragowski, while they have a closer likeness to other painted books which have been judged to have been produced in Alexandria, such as illuminated volumes of Dioscorides and of Cosmas the Traveler, and a roll of Joshua. Many points in the miniatures with which the Cotton Genesis was crowded bear out this view of origin. Thus, 2 of those relating to Joseph in Egypt show a group of pyramids in the background. A third had well-drawn camels, and another the burial of a body wrapped like a mummy. It has been proved by Dr. Tikkanen of Helsingfors that this manuscript, or a duplicate of it, was used by the mosaic workers at St. Mark's, Venice, at the end of the 12th century, for the designs from early Bible history which fill the domes of the narthex. 26 of those relating to the creation were accurately enlarged copies of as many miniatures from the now terribly injured book, and these subjects, designs of great dignity and grace, can consequently be restored. Other pictures in the volume which relate to Lot, Abraham, and Joshua were again very similar to the series of mosaics executed in Santa Maria Maggiore in Rome about AD 440, and indeed, the types found in the Cotton Genesis seem to have had an almost canonical importance. Their influence can be traced far down in the Middle Ages, and even the biblical pictures of Raphael still retain some reminiscence of them. One characteristic of the Cottonian manuscript is the appearance in the miniatures of impersonations of such ideas as the 7 days of creation and the 4 rivers of the garden, the former being represented as 7 angels, and the latter as 4 reclining figures with urns. The soul breathed into man is depicted in the form of a winged Psyche, the Creator shown as Christ, quote, by whom all things were made, end quote. Another famous book of Genesis at Vienna, having pictures painted below the text on pages of purple vellum, is almost certainly later than the Cottonian book, and although there are obviously some links between them, the Vienna designs seem to stand outside the Alexandrian circle. 2 other books on purple, which have much in common with the Vienna book, are the codices of Rossano and Sinope. All 3 may probably be dated about AD 500 and may have been painted at Constantinople. The magnificent Dioscorides, which is dated circa 512, is almost certainly an Alexandrian book. Its fine, clear drawings of plants may be copied from a more classical original. The Joshua Roll of the Vatican is probably 6th century and of Alexandrian origin. Several of the mosaics at Ravenna have characteristics similar to the miniatures in these Egyptian books, and it may be regarded as certain that it was not only at St. Mark's, Venice, that the designs for mosaics were taken from such sources. Indeed, it must be more and more recognized that such compositions were very often drawn out of authorities almost as fixed as the texts which they had illustrated. All religious art, and Byzantine art especially, has in a large degree been the handing on of a tradition. The outlines of these iconographical schemes must have been suggested by theologians. They were certainly not the result of a free play of artistic fancy. A number of figured textiles which have been found in Egypt are also very interesting in regard to the treatment of their subjects. Some are merely painted or dyed, and others are woven and embroidered. 3 pieces of the dyed work in the Victoria and Albert Museum have designs of the Annunciation, the Nativity, and the miracles of Christ. These, again, are interesting as giving us versions of well-known types of the subjects, and suggest that these designs also had their character impressed upon them in Egypt. For instance, they closely resemble others found on the ivory throne at Ravenna, and this similarity reinforces the argument in favor of that famous work having been made in Alexandria, which was the great mart for objects in carved ivory. A favorite scheme of ornamentation on the Christian textiles found in Egypt is the imitation of jeweling. Especially is this the case with the cross, and the jeweled cross, which appears again and again in the mosaics of Rome, Ravenna, and Constantinople, would also seem to have been an Egyptian invention. Recently, many wall paintings have been exposed by excavation in Egypt, and here also well-known types like the Majesty and the Ascension have been found. It has not been possible to speak of the quality of Byzantine art, but only of certain leading facts in its history. As a whole, it was a wonderful movement of return to first principles in regard to structures and to the free expression of feeling in what we call decoration. Roman art was very largely official, grandiose, and a matter of formulas. The Roman artist was as closely imprisoned in conventions as we ourselves are. Then came a time and an influence which led the people to build what they wanted only by the rules of common sense, and to draw for decorative art fresh drafts from the springs of poetry. So art was transformed, and a great cycle of 1,000 years was entered on. Early Christian, Byzantine, Romanesque, and Gothic are all incidents in its mighty sweep, and before it was spent, great cathedrals had been built all over Europe. Having followed so far as our space will allow, the main stream of Christian art while flowing through Constantinople and the East, we must now try to trace the broader facts of its development in the West. It is not to be doubted that, until the Eastern civilization was checked by the Arab conquests in the 7th century, its art had been the true heir of the ages, and that the great upheaval put a stop to its proper progress and then threw it back in many broken eddies over Western Europe. In our first volume, we saw that early Christian art was a phase of Roman art modified by Eastern ideas. In Western Europe for the early Christian period, there were in the main 3 influences at work, in the culture of which art is one aspect: the native stock, the Romano-Christian tradition, and the steady, unceasing pressure of Oriental ideas. In mentioning the latter, we do not try to beg any, quote, Byzantine question, end quote. It would doubtless be true to say conversely that the West influenced the East, but here now we are only concerned with the West and the action of external forces upon it. In reaction against claims which have been urged for Oriental influence in Christian art, Commendatore Rivuora has lately made a powerful plea for a further consideration of the part played by Rome and Italy as the main source of Western Christian art. But he confessedly does this rather in regard to structural architecture than to the pictorial and plastic matters which form so great a part of any complete architecture. Further, in regards to the structures, his contention in many cases only avails to show that those Eastern customs, which some earlier writers had thought came in with Byzantine art, had already been taken over by Roman builders. And it must never be forgotten that Roman art itself was only one branch of a widespread Hellenistic culture, the prime center of which was Alexandria. End of section 77.
Section 78 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. Byzantine and Romanesque Arts, Part 3, by W.R. Lethaby. Quite recently, a whole new phase of Roman art has been coming into view. That is, the form of it which was developed rather in the provinces than in the capital. An enormous body of this Roman provincial art has been revealed by French researchers in North Africa, and the study of local antiquities in Italy, France, Spain, South Germany, and even Britain shows how far this little-known art had developed or degenerated from the standards of the Augustan age. This art is rude and redundant, showing a ferment of undisciplined ideas, and in it we may find many of the germs of the Christian architecture of the West, which, by a true instinct, has been called Romanesque. Probably the best center in which to study provincial Roman art is Treves, where a perfectly arranged museum is crowded with smaller monuments, while many large ones are still extant in the streets. Among the latter are a magnificent basilica, now a church, a great city gate, the Porta Nigra, and a ruined palace, usually called that of Augustus, although apparently it must belong to the 4th century. The monuments in the museum comprise a great number of important, richly sculptured tombs, some of which are of the sarcophagus form, while others are like small towers crowned by a pyramid, with a sculptured finial at the apex, a form which recalls many a Romanesque tower and spire built centuries later. They themselves seem to derive from the mausoleum of Halicarnassus. The sloping surfaces of the pyramidal coverings are roughly carved into leafage arranged like scales, and the rest of these monuments is adorned with a profusion of sculptured figures and pattern work. The large plain surfaces are frequently covered by what, in later art, we should call diaper patterns, that is, recurring arrangements of lozenges, octagons, and circles, combined so as to cover the field and with the interspaces filled in with simply carved leafage. This type of ornamentation is practically unknown in classical Roman architecture. It was doubtless taken up from the East, and it is the precursor of a kind of decoration which thenceforth was to be common for many centuries. Indeed, the covering of flat vertical surfaces with roughly cut patterns in low relief is typical of the art of the Dark Ages. It may be noted that the surface patterns and even the figure sculptures on the monuments of Treves were painted with bright colors, and hence it seems probable that the elaborate braided and checkered ornamentation of our own Saxon crosses was completed by coloring. What we have found best illustrated at Treves must have been characteristic, in greater or lesser degree, of all the cities of Western Europe. Even in London, at the Guildhall and British Museums, there are fragments which show that a similar type of architecture prevailed here. Amongst the stones are some which clearly belong to tombs with pyramidal coverings like those mentioned above, and other stones, some of which belong to small columns, have diaper pattern work. These fragments probably belong to the tombs of the rich merchants of Londinium. The coins of Roman Britain show a similar likeness to those of Treves, which in the 4th century was the capital of the western section of the empire. In the museum at Sens are important remnants of a facade, which was largely decorated with boldly designed vine foliage of a curiously Romanesque character. Romanized Europe was a soil well prepared for the upspringing of Romanesque art, and many centers, down to the end of the 12th century, show us how the old monuments were turned to for inspiration and guidance. In some places there was hardly any interruption of continuity. In others, the conquering peoples from the north, although they entered into that which they could not properly understand or use, could not help crude imitation when they themselves had to build. The problem of architectural history is now less one of inquiry as to sources than a question as to the vigor of building impulse. An energetically expanding school always gathers from everything it may reach, but a declining school does not know how to use even what it has. When the Romanesque movement in architecture was underway, the Roman background was searched, and at the same time, the current customs of the more powerful art of the East were drawn upon. In the 5th century, Western Europe had a vast system of splendid roads linking up a great number of provincial Roman cities. Many of them were burned and ruined, but few can have been destroyed. Even in Britain, these Roman cities were sights to wonder at, as the poem on the ruins of Bath witnesses, and Bede tells us how the citizens of Carlisle guided St. Cuthbert round the city, showing him the walls and a fountain of marvelous workmanship constructed formerly by the Romans. In Rome itself, the early Christian tradition was being continued, and there, as at Ravenna and Milan, at Lyon and Arles, Byzantine influences were all the time being absorbed and passed on to the West. The third strain in Romanesque art was the barbaric element in the blood and traditions of the people. After the Roman and Byzantine influences, which came from the Church, had been absorbed and transformed, the art began to put on more and more of a barbaric character. This was especially the case in the West after the Danish eruptions. Some of the stone carvings wrought in England during the 10th century were extremely savage in their character. A school of art, which should be of extraordinary interest to us, is that which arose in Northumbria in the second half of the 7th century, but was soon to disappear. There is ample documentary record of the culture of the time when Wilfrid and Benedict Biscop built churches and formed monastic libraries, and when Bede wrote his famous history. Some remnants of Wilfrid's churches yet remain, and Bede tells us how they were decorated by paintings forming a consistent series of biblical types and story. These paintings were brought from Rome, and the fortunate discovery of the painted walls of St. Maria Antiqua in that city, which were decorated by Greek artists just at the time that Benedict Biscop was making his collection, suggests very clearly what these pictures must have been like. It cannot be doubted that they were of Eastern origin. Many works of art, which we still fortunately possess, have been attributed to the same age, but some of them are so remarkable as compared with other works of that time on the continent that Commendator Rivoire and Professor Cook of Yale have argued with great detail that they could not have been produced at that time. At Rothwell and Bewcastle, on either side of the Scottish border, are the shafts of two tall standing crosses elaborately sculptured with figures and patternwork, with long inscriptions in runes, and in the case of Rothwell, with Latin inscriptions as well. Rivoire, approaching the question from the Italian point of view and with a wide knowledge of European art, would assign them to the 12th century, and Professor Cook argues that they were probably erected by King David of Scotland about 1140. These noble cross shafts, however, are only the most famous of a large class of monuments of more or less the same type, which must belong to about the same period. If they have to be dated in the 12th century, the Irish crosses also, as is recognized by the critics just named, cannot be earlier. Such a scheme in all its implications would make a tremendous alteration in British archaeology. On the other hand, the early dates of some of the Saxon works are so firmly established that they cannot even be attacked. Such are large numbers of early Saxon coins, some of which bear devices analogous to the decorations of the crosses, while others, like the coins of Offa, have fine heads. Others again, like a coin of Bede, have runes of similar form to those on the crosses. If a selection of such coins was published in comparison with the crosses, much that has been said as to the improbability of the early date of these would have to be ruled out. We also possess the splendid illuminated text written and decorated at Lindisfarne very early in the 8th century, with its braided ornamentation, symbols of the four evangelists, and other designs which closely resemble the ornament and symbols on the crosses. There is also the noble Codex Amiatinus, once owned by Abbot Selfrid and taken with him as a present for the Pope when he left England for Rome in 716, which has some points of resemblance. It has further been shown that the Latin inscriptions, which describe the sculptures on the Rothwell cross, are in an alphabet of a semi-Irish character resembling the letters of the Lindisfarne book, while the runic inscription of this cross contains a version of the Old English poem on the Dream of the Holy Rood, which Dr. Bradley attributes to the authorship of Caedmon. Another monument, the date of which has not been attacked, is the shrine of St. Cuthbert, now at Durham, which is recorded to have been made in 698. Some designs incised on it, which include figures of Christ, angels, and apostles, together with symbols of the evangelists, a cross, and inscriptions, are again singularly like the designs found upon the two great cross shafts. The runes on the Bewcastle cross formed a memorial inscription, which is terribly decayed, and doubt is cast on the readings, first made in 1856, by which it appeared that it was set up to Ulfrid, son of Oswy, about the year 670. On the other hand, the name Seinber, which was the name of Ulfrid's wife, has often been read by many independent observers, including Kemble, in 1840. Even the presence of the name Ulfrid is admitted by Viator, the runic scholar, but Professor Cook claims that the form is feminine and cannot apply to Ulfrid. Thus the question stands for the moment, but when, by comparative illustration, it has been shown that the objection to the early date of the art of these wonderful monuments must fall to the ground, then we may anticipate that much of the opposition to the interpretation of the runes will also disappear. At the least, the certain name of Seinber will be given its due weight. The present writer has no doubt at all that these crosses were set up by a powerful Northumbrian ruler in the 7th century. Professor Cook even expresses a doubt as to whether these shafts were parts of crosses at all, which to English scholars will seem like doubting whether a torn volume was ever a book. His work, however, is valuable as stating the case for the extremist reaction. In regard to the sculptures on the Rothwell cross, it has been shown that they have affinities with the subjects on the Byzantine ivory throne at Ravenna, which was probably made in Alexandria, and with some Coptic works. Now the second half of the 7th century was exactly the time when Rome itself had become almost completely Byzantinized. The Church of St. Maria Antiqua, before mentioned, belongs to this time. It is no accident that it was just at this moment that a Greek from Tarsus, Theodore by name, became Archbishop of Canterbury. The sculptures on the Rothwell cross include the crucifixion, the Annunciation, Christ healing the blind man, Christ and the Magdalene, and the Visitation on one side. On the other, the flight into Egypt, Saints Paul and Anthony the hermits breaking bread in the desert, Christ worshipped by beasts and dragons, St. John Baptist, and the symbols of the evangelists. A third cross shaft, hardly less remarkable, that of Acca, now at Durham, is accepted by Rivoire as being of the 8th century. It is difficult for an English student to understand why two should be taken away and the other left. Saxon works of a different kind, but not less noteworthy, are the silver Ormside cup, the celebrated Alfred Jewel, and the vestments of Bishop Frithstan, now at Durham, which were embroidered at Winchester about the year 912. It may be remembered that William of Malmesbury says that the daughters of Edward the Elder were skillful needlewomen, and it is not unlikely that these exquisite works came from this royal school of art. It may be pointed out that one of the designs on the Durham embroideries is the right hand of God. Now this same device also appears on the Wessex coinage of Edward the Elder and on the sculptured rood of Romsey Abbey, which probably filled the central space on the west front of the church with figures of the Virgin and St. John on either hand of the crucified figure, above which the hand appears. A similar group, much defaced, may still be seen on the west front of the little church at Hedburn Worthy, close to Winchester. Anglo-Celtic art has been very much neglected, but in Great Britain and Ireland we have an enormous number of sculptured monuments which certainly have high interest for the history of art in Europe during the Dark Ages. It may seem an extravagant claim, but if the productions of the Anglian school are recognized, it will appear to be, at its Northumbrian center especially, the first Teutonic school of Christian art. This is allowed for literature. Poems like Caedmon's were not written in Gaul, but it has hardly even been suggested for sculpture, metalwork, and other crafts. It is agreed that the later school formed by Charlemagne became the center for West European culture. Yet, after all, Charlemagne gathered up the Northumbrian traditions, and Alcuin was but a follower of Wilfrid and Colfrid. The Irish crosses are less competent in execution than the finest of the Anglian works, and the same is true of other forms of Irish art. The large number and the good preservation of the Irish crosses, however, give them considerable importance. On them we find sculptures which carry on the early Christian tradition in a very remarkable way. The designs must, for the most part, have been copied from quite early painted books of Eastern origin, and from ivories and other small works. The subjects are of the crucifixion and of Christ the Judge, with many scenes from the life and miracles of Christ, together with types from the Old Testament. Favorite types of Christ are the offering of Isaac and David protecting the sheep by slaying the lion. Over the crucifixion of a cross at Monaster Bois is Moses with his uplifted arms supported by two companions. The life of David as a type of Christ is given in several scenes on some of the crosses. Another subject which occurs very frequently is the meeting of Saints Anthony and Paul in the desert. The ideals were clearly monastic, and those who had the crosses set up looked reverently back to the hermits of the Egyptian desert. Much in Carolingian Romanesque art was directly derived from the Roman monuments. Indeed, it must have been thought by Charlemagne and his court that Roman architecture was being continued just as the empire was being resumed. Romanesque, we may say, is Holy Roman architecture. A letter of Einhard's exists, which was sent together with an ivory model of a column shaped according to the rules of Vitruvius, and it is significant that the earliest existing text of Vitruvius, the Harley manuscript in the British Museum, is also Carolingian. The doorway of Charles the Great's church at Aix-la-Chapelle, recently exposed, has a large architrave of classical form. This doorway might well be a work of the 4th century A.D., and so might some of the bronze doors and the pine cone fountain. The moldings of the interior had classical forms, and old Corinthian capitals, which were probably brought from Italy, were reused in the arches of the gallery story. Of course, there was no thought of any archaeological distinction between what was Roman and what was Byzantine. The great fact was that barbarism took up the arts of civilization, and it must have been thought that Rome was being renewed by the efforts of Charlemagne. This Carolingian Renaissance gives us an invaluable example of a conscious building up of a school of art. In Italy, many buildings, like the baptistry at Florence, show a deliberate attempt to be classical. In France also, we meet with the same intention. At Langres, once a Roman town, the fine cathedral church, 12th century, is wonderfully Roman in many particulars. The buttresses between the chapels at the east end are in the form of fluted Corinthian pilasters. In the interior, the nave arches rise from similar fluted pilasters with Corinthian capitals. The triforium has fluted pilasters rising to a horizontal string molding. Beneath is a bold band of scroll carving of a classical type, and many of the columns have the classical entasis. At Bourges, another Roman town, the elaborate doorways of the north porch have finely carved lintels of scrollwork and foliage, which must have been practically copied from a Roman original. At Autun, the direct influence of the Roman gateway, which is still standing, can be traced in the details of the cathedral. At Arles, St. Gilles, Le Puy, and in dozens of other places, a similar transference from Roman prototypes is apparent in Romanesque architecture. The Romanesque type of tower, with a low, square spire with scale ornaments cut into sloping surfaces, must largely derive from the late Roman tombs like those of Treves above described. Even Roman methods of construction, like concreted rubble walling, small facing stones, and courses of tiles set in arches, persisted until the 11th and 12th centuries. The second great strain in Romanesque art was formed by the constant inflow of Eastern ideas and decorative objects, as well as of monks and artists. After Justinian reconquered Italy, fragments of the land remained dependencies of the Eastern Empire until the 8th century. In Rome itself during this time, art became almost completely Byzantinized. There are several beautiful Byzantine capitals and slabs in Rome which were imported from Constantinople, and the round church of St. Theodore on the Palatine belongs to this time. Even a brick stamp of Pope John, A.D. 705, is inscribed with Greek letters. The monument which most clearly witnesses to the presence of the East in the West is the Church of St. Maria Antiqua, excavated about 20 years ago out of the debris at the foot of the Palatine Hill. It is in the Forum on the right in going to the Colosseum. It was an old Roman building which was transformed into a church early in the 7th century, being a large, high hall having lateral chambers formed into chapels. The walls were partly covered with a plating of marble, and all the rest was adorned with paintings, which, for the most part, are still in good condition. The paintings are inscribed mostly in Greek with some Latin. A stone of the ambo had a bilingual inscription, John, servant of the Theotokos. The archetypes are obviously Eastern, and the saints depicted are both Eastern and Western. There are paintings of the crucifixion, the majesty, the enthroned Virgin and Child, the Annunciation, Nativity, Daniel in the lion's den, and many others. In the apse of the chapel is a large figure of Christ between two six-winged tetramorphs. The background of this subject is divided into an upper portion painted black and a lower part divided vertically into 4 parts alternately red and green. The crucifixion is very like another in a Syrian book now at Florence. On either hand of the cross are the two soldiers, by one of whom is inscribed Longinus. On the Syrian Gospel, which was written in 586 by the monk Rabula, the similar figure of the soldier is named blank. The resemblances are altogether so remarkable that it cannot be doubted that this very Syrian manuscript, or a similar one, was the direct source for the wall painting. It has been already pointed out by Mr. Dalton that a curious pattern, which is found at St. Maria Antiqua, like a row of overlapping coins, occurs again also in the Codex of Rossano, another book which is possibly of Syrian origin, and it occurs again in a Syrian book at Paris. The coincidences are so striking that it becomes evident that some Oriental books must have been directly used as the sources for the designs in the church. It has often been pointed out that the mosaics of St. Maria Maggiore must have been drawn from some book of Genesis painted in the East. Several of the mosaics in Ravenna follow a similar canon, and so again do some fragmentary Genesis pictures in St. Maria Antiqua itself. Further, it has been proved by Tikkanen, as before mentioned, that the Genesis mosaics at St. Mark's, Venice, were accurately copied from the Cotton Genesis, a book which almost certainly was painted in Alexandria in the 5th century. In these instances, we get examples of what was happening all the time. Books from the East, especially ancient books, were regarded as authorities. Sacred designs were not made up at will, but were handed forward as traditions. Doubts have been raised by Anilov as to whether the important crucifixion picture of Rabula's Gospel is not much later than the rest of the book, but the finding of it repeated at St. Maria Antiqua proves that it is probably at least as old as the painting there. Other fragmentary paintings suggest that there was a series of subjects drawn from the New Testament with their types from the Old Testament set against them. Now Bede tells us categorically that a series of pictures representing such types was brought from Rome by Benedict Biscop to adorn his monastery. Thus, paintings embodying theological conceptions originated in the East and were carried to Northumbria. Already in the Rossano book, Christ appears as the Good Samaritan, who aids the traveler and carries him to the inn. This is a conception which is fully worked out in the superb late 12th century stained glass window at Sens. In the painted book of Cosmas, the Indian Traveler, a 6th century Alexandrian work, there are several pairs of types. Thus, the sacrifice of Isaac, the escape of Jonah from the whale, and the translation of Elijah typify the crucifixion, resurrection, and the ascension of Christ. All these types reappear on the sculptures of the Irish crosses. Of course, such types are found in the catacomb paintings, but in these the idea had not been systematized. From the time of Charlemagne until the generation in which Gothic architecture was to emerge, Germany led in the arts. This is less obvious in architecture, but when the arts are considered as a whole, it must be admitted. The carved ivories of the Carolingian school form a magnificent series, and the metalwork, enamels, and manuscripts are as noteworthy. If we regard all the splendid works of art wrought in North Italy, Germany, North France, and England, we may see that the Romanesque was an essentially Teutonic movement. The Gothic arose in France when the people had been sufficiently saturated with the new Romance spirit. The Romanesque looked back to Rome and Byzantium. The Gothic faced forward to the New World. The French kingdom was born while Gothic architecture was being formed. Until the beginning of the 12th century, the centers of Romanesque art were in the neighborhood of the Lower Rhine and in Lombardy. The most advanced piece of figure art wrought early in the 12th century is the noble bronze font now at Liège, the work of an artist of Huy. This has completely shaken off barbarism. It is clear and sweet in expression, the sort of thing we should like to call modern if modern people could rise to it. A study of the bronze works at Hildesheim, wrought under the direction of the great Bishop Bernward, shows that the bronze workers of Huy derived their traditions from the artists of Hildesheim, as those doubtless followed the men who worked for Charlemagne at Aix 2 centuries earlier still. At Hildesheim, the doors in the celebrated bronze column were made about the year 1075. On the square base of the latter are little figures of the 4 rivers of paradise. This may remind us of the bronze pine cone at Aix, which has the names of the rivers of Eden inscribed on its 4 sides. The 4 rivers occur again on a most beautiful bronze font of the 13th century in the cathedral. Again, on the bronze column, there is a group of people listening to Christ, which is plainly the prototype of another group on the Liege font. Thus, the traditions of the bronze workers were handed on to Dinant, which in turn inherited from Huy and became the chief European center for bronze working. It is impossible here to give a separate account of the many Romanesque schools of art, or even of architecture, which flourished between the Carolingian Renaissance and the emergence of Gothic art in the 12th century. In Italy, Germany, and France, there was constant effort and practically continuous development towards one unforeseen end, the formation of the highly specialized type of art which we call Gothic. All 3 countries contributed valuable ideas to the Commonwealth of Art and continuously reacted on one another. The master impulse in architecture was that by which the builders set themselves to explore the possibilities of vaulting and the interaction between vaulting and planning. This may have been brought about in part by the desire to guard against fire, but it was fed by the gradual spread of Byzantine customs over the West. End of section 78. Section 79 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. Byzantine and Romanesque Arts, Part 4, by W.R. Lethaby. In Western Europe, during the Carolingian Age, the churches were planned in various forms. The central type of plan, varieties of which are the circle, the polygon, and the equal-armed cross, is represented by the Palatine Chapel at Aix-la-Chapelle. Saint-Germain, near Orleans, is a square with apses projecting on every side. The large abbey church of St. Croix, Quimperlé of the 11th century, is circular with square projections in the 4 directions. Simple churches of this fashion were built in England. At Exham, one of these was built by Wilfrid, and King Alfred built another at Athelney. Several later Saxon churches had a big tower forming the body of the structure, with an apse opening from its east side and another extension towards the west. Such tower churches must have been simplifications of the central type. The close association of the central tower, the Western version of the Byzantine dome, with the idea of the church has not been fully worked out, but it led to a general insistence on the central tower or lantern in Romanesque churches. Beneath these towers, at the crossing of the central span and the transepts, the choirs were placed. The monk Reginald, one of the Durham chroniclers, describes the White Church, the cathedral at Durham, built by Bishop Aldun in 1099 thus, quote, "There were in the White Church, in which St. Cuthbert had first rested, 2 stone towers, as those who saw them have told us, standing high into the air, the one containing the choir, the other standing at the west end of the church, which was of wonderful size. They carried brazen pinnacles set up on top, which aroused both the amazement of all men and great admiration." End quote. The still earlier abbey church at Ramsey, built about 970, was cruciform with a central tower, and at the west end a smaller tower. Again, when in the description of the Confessor's Church at Westminster we are told that the Domus Principalis Are was of great height, It possibly means the choir with a lantern tower, and that the actual site of the altar in the apse of the eastern limb was considered as attached to this dominating central feature. In some later Romanesque churches in France, as at Issoire, Clermont, and elsewhere, parts of the transept on either side of the lantern tower are lifted above the general body of the work, thus adding to the importance of the central structure. A central tower seems a more or less obvious arrangement as a matter of design, where it rises at the center of a cruciform plan, and it has sometimes been explained as a device for simplifying the intersection of the roofs. Several Norman churches, however, like the one at Iffley, have a tower rising over the choir of a long, simple, unaisled church, a little to the east of the middle of its length. Here again, the tower is as typically the church as the hall is the house. The central type of plan persisted also in palace chapels. Charlemagne's chapel was repeated at the Palace of Nijmegen, near the mouth of the Rhine. The Palace of Goslar has a chapel with a plan resembling that of St. Germain mentioned above. William of Malmesbury has a curious note to the effect that a cathedral church built at Hereford at the end of the 11th century was copied from the church at Aix. In the forest of Loches is a royal chapel built in the reign of Henry II, which is circular in form. At the Palace of Woodstock was another circular chapel, and a Norman chapel at Ludlow Castle, which still exists, is also of this form. The English circular and polygonal chapter houses of cathedrals, of which that at Worcester is a Norman example, must either have been adopted from such circular chapels or from the baptistries of some of the old Saxon cathedrals. There seems to have been such a baptistry at Canterbury, and we are told that it was used for meetings as well as for its primary purpose. The transepts of a church were an obvious means of enlarging the interior space, and as they gave a symbolic form to the plan, they became normal parts of Romanesque structure. Sometimes they were of single span, at others they had one or two aisles, and from their eastern sides projected chapels, usually apses. Another type of Carolingian plan had apses at both ends of the main span. A 9th century drawing for the plan of the monastery at St. Gall is of this form, and this arrangement was for long a favorite one in Germany. It doubtless conformed to ritual requirements. In England, the Saxon Cathedral at Canterbury and the Abbey Church at Ramsbury were of this type. A plan which persisted longer was one with 3 parallel apses at the east end, the larger apse terminating the central space being flanked by 2 others at the end of the side aisles. This form of church early became the usual one in Normandy. The Abbey Church at Bernay, built circa 920, had transepts and 3 parallel apses to the east. This plan was again repeated in the great Abbey Church at Jumièges, which was itself copied by Edward the Confessor for his fine new church in the Norman manner, built at Westminster from about 1050. Some remnants of it, which still exist, are enough to show that the plan was a very accurate copy of its prototype, so much so that it appears that Norman workmen must have been brought here to do it. The same tradition was followed at Durham, Lincoln, and many other important churches. Both Westminster and Jumièges had vestibules and triforium stories. These were old customary features which tended to disappear. Charlemagne's church at Aix has a fine vaulted gallery over the aisle which surrounds the central space, and we are told of the Confessor's Church at Westminster that there were, both above and below, chapels dedicated to the saints. In such cases, the triforium evidently fulfilled a function. Later, it became a mere formal survival, although the triforium of the later church at Westminster was probably used for the great congregations at coronations. Many of the German Romanesque churches have structural galleries at the sides of the choir, and many Norman churches had galleries at the ends of the transepts. At Canterbury, Lincoln, and Christ Church, the transepts seem to have had upper stories over their whole extent, forming chapels. Vestibules mentioned above must represent the narthex of Eastern churches. The Church of St. Remy at Rheims had in the 10th century a vaulted work which occupied nearly half the nave. Immense vaulted porches still exist at Vézelay, St. Benoît-sur-Loire, and other places, and the tradition of a western porch has left its mark on some of the English Romanesque churches, as Ely and Lincoln. In Germany, the western bay was usually carried up higher than the nave roof between two western towers, making thus an impressive west end externally. Quite generally, crypts were also constructed beneath the choirs of Romanesque churches, deriving from the early confessio beneath the altar. They frequently became of great size. Often in the German and Lombard churches, they were but little buried in the ground, but the eastern limbs of the churches were raised high above them and approached by many steps. This arrangement is often very dignified and impressive. A great 7-branched candlestick usually stood in the middle of the platform beyond the steps. Many of the German Romanesque churches had rounded ends to the transepts as well as to the eastern limb, the crossing being thus surrounded by 3 apsidal projections. This is a well-known Byzantine type, and St. Mary in the Capitol at Cologne is an early and noble example in the West. Tournai Cathedral is another. This form of plan was handed on to the early Gothic of North France at Noyon and Soissons, and it persisted long in Germany. The 13th century church at Marburg has similar semi-octagonal apses in 3 directions, a short nave, no longer than the transepts, and a chapel at each of the 4 re-entering angles. It is practically a church of the central type, and is certainly a very beautiful plan. Another very beautiful scheme of planning is found in a church at Angers, which has a wide vaulted nave extended and supported by a series of large apsidal recesses or chapels along each side. This type is again followed at Orvieto Cathedral. The most perfect plan for a great church would seem to be that in which the central eastern apse is surrounded by an ambulatory from which small circular-ended chapels open out, 1, 3, 4, 5, or 7. This is the plan which was adopted in the main line of progress into Gothic, and it continued to be used right through the Middle Ages. This fine scheme probably dates from Carolingian days, and 3 important churches at Tours, Dijon, and Le Mans were built in this form at the end of the 10th century. Churches of the same type were built in England, first for the Abbey of St. Augustine, Canterbury, and the cathedrals of Winchester and Gloucester during the last quarter of the 11th century. An apse was an essential member of a great church during the Romanesque period. In its center, the bishop had his throne lifted high above the altar as ruler of the assembly. This broken remnants at Norwich still show. The planning of a great church implied the dealing with several common factors which might be variously combined. The nave might be 1 or 3 or 5 spans wide. There might be a transept of 1, 2, or 3 spans, and the eastern limb might have a simple apse or parallel apses, or an ambulatory and a series of radiating chapels. The position of towers was another factor to be considered. Their positions were partly, doubtless, a matter of choice, but largely they were conditioned by structural requirements. A great single tower at the west end, as at Ely, will stop the thrusts of the inner arcading as well as the more usual pair of towers. In French churches, towers were frequently put at the transepts also, and Winchester Cathedral seems to have been intended to have transeptal towers. In Germany, towers are often seen on either side of the apse. At Tournai, 4 towers built around the crossing against the transepts support the central lantern, making a most impressive group of 5 spire-capped towers. At Exeter, 2 massive towers stand over small square transepts. A third great controlling factor in the design of churches was that of vaulting. The possibilities of rearing vaults were explored in all sorts of ways. All 3 spans might have barrel vaults, or those over the aisles might be quadrants rising higher against the nave than where they fell on the aisle walls. The bays might be vaulted transversely, a favorite device in Burgundy, or they might be covered by a combination of longitudinal and transverse vaults interpenetrating and forming groined vaults. This last became the standard form for the vaults of churches in northwestern Europe, and their tradition was carried forward into Gothic. The use of this scheme allowed of high windows in every bay and concentrated the thrusts at intervals above the piers of the inner arcades. One school of French Romanesque experimented with a series of domes covering square compartments, and the curious church at Loches has its nave covered by stone pyramidal erections like low-pitched spires. It has hardly been realized how many of the greater Norman churches in England were vaulted, especially their eastern limbs and transepts. The eastern limb of the great Abbey Church of St. Albans, begun about 10 years after the Conquest, was vaulted. Durham and Lincoln cathedrals were vaulted throughout by the middle of the 12th century. The abbey churches of Gloucester, Pershore, and Tewkesbury all seem to have had vaulted choirs and transepts. So probably had Canterbury Cathedral, Winchester Cathedral, St. Paul's Cathedral, Reading Abbey, and Lewis Priory churches, and many others. Frequently the nave was covered with a wooden ceiling, while the eastern half of the church was vaulted. At Peterborough, such a ceiling, delightfully decorated with bold pattern work, still exists. This church and others had such ceilings throughout. The glorious choir at Canterbury had a specially famous painted ceiling. It is noteworthy that even in quite small churches, the chancels were frequently covered with vaults, while the rest of the structure had wooden roofs. Many modifications were made in the planning of great churches to accommodate the vaults, and a remarkable contrivance became common towards the end of the 12th century for the purpose of supporting the high central vaults. This was the flying buttress, a strong arch built in the open air, rising from the lower walls of the aisles and butting against those of the clerestory. Such buttresses were greatly developed in Gothic architecture, but their invention is due to Romanesque builders. Another great invention, which was of primary importance for the development of Gothic, seems to have been made towards the end of the 11th century. This was the method of erecting vaults by first building a series of skeleton arches, ribs, diagonally across each bay, and then covering this subdivided space with a lighter web of work. In England, the method was used at Durham, and this is the first well-authenticated instance in the west of Europe. Other examples, which are said to be earlier, are known in Italy. The general movement, which was to pass over an invisible frontier into what we call Gothic architecture, was characterized by a search for more vigorous and clear solutions of structural problems, a gathering up of the wall masses into piers and buttresses, and the vaults into ribs. The whole medieval process in architecture from, say, the time of Charlemagne to the time of the Black Death was an organic development. One phase in the progress may be traced in the tendency to break up piers and arches into a series of recessed orders or members. That is, they widened by degrees in a step-like profile. This held the germ of the change from a square pier set in the direction of the wall into one placed diagonally. Such membering of arches and piers easily led to subarching, that is, the including of two or more smaller arches under a larger one, and this again was to lead up to the development of tracery. The process also early showed itself in a liking for alternation. A nave arcade, for instance, was often planned with a more or less square pier and then a column alternately. In some German churches, square piers alternately wider and narrower may be seen. The pointed arch has been known from time immemorial. It was generally adopted by Saracen builders from the 7th century, and it became well known in the West from the 11th. It proved especially useful in adjusting the many difficulties which arose in applying vaulting to compartments of various sizes and shapes. And further, it was used as a strong structural form before it was generally admitted into the architectural code. Thus, as ever, the aesthetic delight of one century was found in the structural device of an earlier one. The cusping of arches fell in with a general tendency towards subordination and grouping. The cusped arch had a distant origin in the shell forms carved in the arched heads of the niches, which were common in Hellenistic architecture. Byzantine and Arab builders simplified the scalloped edge of this shell into a series of small lobes set within the containing arch. Such cusped arches were passed on to the northwest by the Moors. The special center for their distribution seems to have been the southeast of France, where the delight in cusped arches is very noticeable at Clermont, Vienne, and Le Puy. The forms of trefoiled arches appear in the north as early as the 10th century in the ornaments of illuminated books, and probably they were handed on in this pictorial form long before they entered into real structures. Architecture and sculpture often followed where painting led. Circular windows had been used by the Romans and are frequently found in Romanesque work. Both circular and quatrefoil openings were probably known in the West from Carolingian days. The quatrefoil became popular as a form of cross. Ordinary windows, when grouped into pairs with a circle above, formed the point of departure for the development of the traceried window. From the early days of Christian art, glazing of various colors arranged in patterns had been used. Doubtless the beautifully patterned casements of Arab art were, like so much else, taken over from the Byzantine school. The jeweled lattices of romance must have been suggested by the use of colored glass. At some time in the great Carolingian era, which we are only now beginning to appreciate, painting was added to the morsels of colored glass, and they were joined together by thin strips of lead rather than by some ruder means. These two steps of development brought into being the stained glass window proper. From this time, windows were conceived as vast, translucent enamels of which the leads formed the divisions. The agreement of style between the earliest known stained glass windows and Romanesque enamels is so close that we may not doubt the near kindred of the two arts. The earliest windows, still extant, like those of St. Denis, circa 1140-50, were probably designed by some enameler. For long, the style of German Byzantine enamels may be traced in the glass of Le Mans, Chartres, and Strasbourg, and for the most part the code of imagery had been worked out by enamel workers and illuminators of books before it was adopted for stained glass. There was a great expansion in the production of sculpture and its application to architecture during the 12th century, and an enormous increase of power in dealing with it. Here again, however, all the great types and traditions of treatment seem to have been invented, or rather developed, by the Carolingian schools. For instance, there are two delightful small impersonations of land and sea carved amongst the early Gothic sculptures of the west front of Notre Dame at Paris. Such impersonations derive directly from Romanesque ivories and illuminated books of the German school, and thence may be traced to Alexandrian art. In the Carolingian age, imagery had, for the most part, been on a small scale, in metalwork and ivory, but some of it had been of great beauty in conception and of masterly execution. By the middle of the 12th century, several notable schools of architectural sculpture had been developed in Italy, France, and Spain. In England, beginnings were made towards the development of what became a special English tradition. The west front treated as a background for an array of sculptured figures having reference to the Last Judgment. Some remnants found at York and others extant at Lincoln are evidence for this. Sculpture, stained glass, and the large schemes of painting which covered the interiors of Romanesque churches were very largely inspired by painted books. These illuminated volumes are almost the most wonderful products of the whole Romanesque period. What the Book of Kells is to Irish art, and the Lindisfarne book to the Anglo-Celtic school of Northumbria, is well known. Several superb Carolingian volumes are just as remarkable, and this preeminence of the book was sustained until the end of our period. Some 100 splendid books and rolls written and painted in the 12th century are marvels of thoughtful invention and skillful manipulation. At this time, types and symbols were still dealt with in the great manner. Many of the designers at work seem to have had the imagination of Blake with 10 times his power of execution. For example, take the designs of an Exultet roll in the British Museum. The first painting is Christ majestically enthroned. Then comes a group of rejoicing angels. Then the interior of a basilica shown in section with nave and aisles, and in the midst a colossal Mater Ecclesia standing between groups of clergy and people. The next is Mother Earth, a woman's figure half emerging from the ground, nourishing an ox and a dragon. Further on is the crucifixion with its type, the passage of the Red Sea, and near the end, after a flower garden with bees, the Virgin and Holy Child. This appears to be an Italian work of the middle of the 12th century. The artists of Charlemagne made use of mosaic in large schemes of decoration. The vault, an octagonal dome in form, over the central area of the palace chapel at Aix-la-Chapelle, was covered by a simple but splendid design of the sort which modern designers find it so hard to imitate. The first rapture of all these things can never be recovered. On a starry ground was set a great figure of the throned majesty, and beneath were the 24 elders forming a band around the base of the dome. The ancient church of Saint Germain in France still has in its apse a mosaic of rather crude workmanship, but similar in ability of design. Here, 2 colossal cherubim with expanded wings guard the Ark of the New Covenant, and above in the center is the right hand of God. The floor of the chapel at Aix was also covered with coarse mosaic, and mosaic floors were common in the Romanesque churches of Germany, Lombardy, and France. The mosaics of both walls and floors in Italy are too many and too well known to require mention. In France, 1 or 2 floor mosaics still remain. The most perfect one is in the church of Lescar in the south. This was laid down in 1115. 2 panels are preserved in the Cluny Museum of the beautiful mosaic floor of the Abbey Church of St. Denis, circa 1150. The internal walls and ceilings of Romanesque churches were, by custom, painted entirely with scriptural pictures and large single figures of saints, all set out according to traditional modes of arrangement and with schemes of teaching. In Germany, several large churches retain, in a more or less restored condition, an almost complete series of such paintings. One of the most notable is the Basilican Church at Brunswick, but the most striking of all is, probably, the church at Hildesheim, where the flat, boarded ceiling is entirely occupied by an enormous Jesse tree, the ramifying branches of which spread over the whole nave. In Italy, many painted churches of Romanesque date still exist, as, for instance, the church of San Pietro a Grado near Pisa. In France, the church of Saint Savin has preserved its paintings most completely. Here, and in the many traces of paintings in a Byzantine tradition which are to be found on the walls and vaults of the Cathedral of Lethaby, may be seen sufficient evidence to suggest what the idea of interior architectural painting was during the Romanesque epoch. A Romanesque church was intended to be as fully adorned with paintings as was a Byzantine church, and indeed the traditions of the 2 schools flowed very much in a common stream from one source. It was the same in England, as is shown by fragments at Pickering, St. Albans, Norwich, Ely, Romsey, Canterbury, and other places. We probably think of our Norman churches as rude and melancholy, but if we picture for ourselves all the color suggested by the fragmentary evidences which exist, and furnish again by imagination the vistas of the interior with their great coronae of lights, the gilded roods and embossed altarpieces, the astonishing nature of these vast and splendid works will fill our minds with somewhat saddening reflections. Archaeology is no minister to pride. End of section 79. End of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire.